Hello, everybody, and welcome back to WD Black, the Esports Club League in association with ACT Fibernet, Zotac Gaming, and Games The Shop. I am your host, back again, Blackjack, and joining me, of course, is Foxtrot yet again. We are here for the final leg of the qualifying, of Phase 3 of the qualifiers, as we are going to be jumping straight into Villa with Saeva Esports versus Veterans. Foxy, almost at the end of the qualifiers. How do you feel about the entire phase that has gone on so far?
I think we saw some amazing teams come out, and we've seen many fan favorites go down as well. In fact, my team itself, Reckoning Esports, are now into Division 2. We have seen Vector Sports go to Division 2 as well, while other teams have been, amazing with their performance so far. I believe that was Hoffen Esports, Virtual 5, all of them making it to Division 1, and it's just great performance that all these teams are putting up. They know exactly the fact that it's time to step up their game, and that is exactly what we saw them do. Coming back to the game we have in our hands now, Saeva Esports versus Veterans. That is going to be on Villa once again. We're seeing quite a lot of Villa being played around, and we'll be seeing Veterans go for the Jackal ban, while Saeva Esports are going to go for the Thatcher ban, as they'll be starting on attack. And I think it's a little one-sided ban, knowing that Villa is a defender-sided map. You wouldn't want to ban out the also dependable utility operator, and that is Thatcher, but then again, the 6 round straight up defense on the side of Veterans. Let us see how much they can convert with the Mira and the Thatcher ban from the side of Saeva Esports. The last ban from Veterans, what is it going to be? Quick prediction, Blackjack.
Probably looking at a Valkyrie and Echo right here as the timer runs down to 0,
Yeah.
and it is the Echo right
Echo,
there.
man.
It's
My
not
man.
really,
Yeah.
yeah, not really a hard call to make. You just see Echo ban after ban after ban. It's been that way this entire qualifiers, and it's been that way since ever since pick and ban was a thing. Echo's ban rate is just insanely high, and unfortunately, he's going to be sitting out this one as well, along with, of course, Thatcher Jackal and Mira. So a couple of interesting bans. Oh dear me. Unfortunately, looks like Apo. I don't know how to say that name particularly, but he's gonna disconnect, and we're gonna have to go for a rehost before the match even has a chance to begin, unfortunately. But we do apologize for that. We are going to be right back as we're going to be setting up the lobby for this rehost right here. Just be a little patient with us, guys.
The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black MVME SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to MVME SSD performance.
And with that, we are, of course, back at Villa once again. A little unfortunate mishap that happened there, a little technical issue, but we are back, of course, with the WD Black, the Esports Club League, right here again with the match of Saeva Esports versus Veterans. Of course, Saeva Esports are on the attack, and it's going to be interesting to see how they go about this. I'm, of course, rejoined here with Foxy, as the bands, of course, are already set. We already had that recorded down, so no issue for us. And the six pick coming out from Cater right there, as he's going to be switching out from the Maestro into the Valkyrie. Very interesting pick. Is going to go for the more versatile Intel type operator rather than a little bit of Plantinal. That's, of course, going to be left up to the remaining operators in hand. The Bandit being brought by Uppo, the Mute from Thunder, Jaeger from Necrakes, or Necray. I'm not entirely sure if I should pronounce that X. And who was the last one? I forgot already.
That is Rexon. So let's take a quick look at the rosters here. We're seeing Kadir on the side of Veterans. Thunder. Apo is what you would want to call him. Is it Apo? Apo.
I mean,
Apple.
I've been struggling with that one so far. Which is
Apo? No, Apo just sounds disrespectful.
no, that's a little.
Yeah, Apo, Nekre, and Rexon on the side of Veterans, while meanwhile on the side of Saeva Esports. They've played this map before on stream as well, so we know these names once again. We'll just take a quick look at them. Shadow, Zompire, Creatine, Heartless, and Sainaga are going to be on the side of Saeva Esports as we proceed on to the first round of this matchup on Villa, and it'll be the Aviator Games from defense. And look at this. I just think it comes down to the tiers here as we proceed to the lower tier teams, and that is on. Oh, look at that. Oh, no. Come on, Apo. You don't have to do that. Apo, why would you do that to your
Thunder.
Oh, look at that.
Thunder.
Thunder's just realized that.
No.
Yeah, so coming back to what I was saying, we see teams be a little more dependent on the side of the Aviator Games room, as that is what they like to play. While, as I've been stressing this up for quite a long time now, that we've seen the sites like the dining and kitchen be a little more, I would say, they're just a little more favorable with the site kind of meta that we're exhibiting. But Saeva Esports this time around, looks like they've watched the words that we've been casting, and they won't be stacking up outside the balcony. And they'll be actually investing a lot on the downstairs. They're making sure they're getting a lot of utility being taken out for themselves. Meanwhile, we're seeing a full 5-stack on the side of Veterans. There's no roam game coming out from them either. So it's going to be 5 men inside side while these guys are trying to pick fights here. And Sainaga is going to get the first one, and that'll be Apo taken out. That's the Bandit off the board already, so no more of those tricks coming out from the Bandit with his Bandit batteries, while Shadow is going to have to do this proximity breach here. And that is exactly what he'll do. No Hibana is being employed. The breach gets done quite easily. And now it's going to be a frag fest as everybody is stationed inside site. The Buck obviously is going to head to the defense here and there a little bit, making sure that he's making those holes with the skeleton key on the choke points that are necessary. We're seeing Create and drop another, and that'll be Rexon, while the Mute goes for a really ballsy player. He's going to get the Nomad, but gets quickly refragged by Heartless. Nomad is inside sight now. He's got to make this plant happen. The Jaeger knows that the plant is coming in. Will the cover be enough? As Nekre is the only one staying alive along with Kadir. He's going to drop another kill for his teammate. Tries to land the shot but gets dispatched. That'll be the IQ doing a lot of work for Saeva as always. Kedar is only be the last one alive towards the bar side. Tries to land a shot but doesn't land any, while the IQ Heartless is going to be on that pistol and going to make quick work of that Valkyrie left alive. Oh, look at that lovely shot from the IQ there.
Beautiful shot from IQ as Saeva Esports, of course, take the first round out here on Villa. And it's a game that, well, the way the attack was shaped, it was well done to take the Bandit out immediately so that the Bandit tricks couldn't hinder as they went for that thermite breach. And very well played, of course. Unfortunately, it would appear that Veterans were found lacking in that first round. As we move into round two, of course, it's, again, early game. We can't really say who's going to win from here on out. But given the history of it, if we say this team might have a chance to win, we might end up cursing them to a loss. So I'm not even going to try this time around. Another thing that we do have this time is the fact that Villa, when people are going Villa, as you said, they're not going for those first floor sites. It's always Aviator and Trophy and Aviator and Trophy. We saw the last game, like, despite being completely dominated inside of Aviator for like what 3 rounds it was. Gazelle just excuse me, Raven just kept going back there, which really didn't help their case either. So maybe veterans can avoid making that mistake if it comes down to it. They do have the Legion this time for those late game pushes. Thunder right here is going to be playing Legion. It's going to be up to him to put down those goo mines and put a little tickle down the shins of the attackers as they move in from the office side. And Valkyrie, of course, with her intel is going to be. I don't know if the Valkyrie's intel was all of that helpful for the defenders because it didn't really seem like they had any idea where Saeva was pushing from. So they're going to have to be a little bit more mindful of that. That's a nice cam there from the Valkyrie, of course. So one of those types of cams. She's actually going to be peeking the main door here, and that is Heartless off the board. Cater with a nice kill onto the IQ, a great, very, very impactful operator taken off the board right off the bat. And well done for Cater. Nice peek, nice headshot, and he gets a kill going into round 2 here. We see a 3-stack push coming in from Saeva Esports once again towards the office side. The Zofia and the Nomad to cover for Thermite, who's eventually going to, of course, go in and try to find, the opening, the breach on the wall. Excuse me, I started for a second there. As unfortunately, without the IQ, of course, it's going to be just that little bit harder to take out the bandit batteries, which will make their time a little bit harder. Of course, the defenders do have that little bit of assurance that with Bandit out of the way, there's gonna have to come down to a push from Zofia, who's just quick peeking around trying to see if anybody's peeking vault. She's still gonna be there, but the Buck is now gonna have to start working overtime to try and get these Bandit batteries by using, of course, his skeleton. Shin, the double goo mine on the Zofia Shins as she's gonna move right into side and actually get the Thunder. That is, of course, Legion off the board side with a very good push. And despite being goo mined out of his mind, he gets a kill as Cater's gonna take down Cretin in the meanwhile. And with the Zofia right behind that model table over there, it's quite awkward, an awkward situation inside side because she's just shuffling around prone, obviously, while Castle and Jaeger are just trying. In the meanwhile, Shadow is going to take down Cater as the breach does happen. The Zofia goes down inside a side. That's Rexon getting a nice kill onto Sai. And unfortunately, the attackers are, of course, at a man disadvantage, but a nice push from Thermite takes out Rexon. That is another kill for the Thermite as Shadow is going to have to push it aside to make the plant here. And cover's going to have to come out from RK1, who is just peeking 90 hallway, locked in a battle with Apo on the Bandit. Again, I really am struggling to say his name, but they have, of course, converged inside of the B bomb site, and the plant is going off this time behind the model table as Necre is going to push in from Vault, but did he actually? He got one. He got the Buck. Unfortunately, Thermite is still alive, and that is, of course, Diffuser, but Thermite's going to be keeping Vault. He knows that someone's from the right, but Necre is still there in Vault, and that is Shadow taking out. Veterans win for themselves round 2 after a 2v2 situation is halted by Necre.
Despite the full stack of veterans staying inside side there, I was not expecting a good outcome coming out of it because they even managed to get the breach off. If you're at least playing on side, you make sure that you put a little more emphasis on the denial there, but looks like that is not what veterans wanted to do. That Jaeger, Apo, getting those last 2 frags was very crucial for the team. Even the cover that he got for the planter is what, shook Saeva a little bit here and there. They just couldn't get the composure back, and the Thermite had to fight in a 1v2 despite the Bandit making his way back to the site from the 90 hallway. We're seeing a 6-pick coming out from Sai there. That'll be from the Zofia on towards the Hibana, as looks like they want to imply a double hard breach from their side this time around. We'll be seeing them go under the statue and the trophy room defense, as Aviator is now 1 for them, so the only 3 other sites that are available for them will be this one, the one down right below them, and the last one, that'll be the library. A nice cam coming out from Cater there. Very well placed Valkyrie camps for his teammates to relay information, and very impactful frag for the Valkyrie there. I would say he got Heartless, who has been the heart of his team in terms of fragging so far in all the matches that we've seen Saeva Esports play.
And with that third cam, of course, Cater is going to be using up all of his utility, well, main gadget, so to speak. And Hello there. That's an interesting
have
rotate mate there.
the super shorty of the castle. Why would you use the C4 veterans for making a rotate? You could just use the super shorty, guys. Come on.
I mean, Rook has impacts as well, unless he's already expended.
Yes, he did expand.
And of
look at
course, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And as you said, of course, Necre has the super shorty on the castle. Not really sure why Rexon went for that C4 to make that rotate.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not confident with the C4 throws. We don't really.
Yeah, that could be the case as well.
Well, unfortunate decision making from coming out from veterans, but of course, it remains to be seen whether or not that will impact the flow of this round in any way. As we are going to be moving, of course, at the 2-minute mark. Only the Valkyrie is out by the southern end of the building.
She's actually logged out. Look at those castle placements.
Oh, yeah.
That's one on the statue door and the other one in this top landing hallway. So that is going to be whole south side controlled by this one defender. She's going to have to make some flanks possible. But on the other note, I'm glad that veterans are going to bring out a little bit of roam game as they proceed to the statue room here. A drone. Oh, that's Claymore right below her. Not really sure if she... Oh, that's... Excuse me, that's the buck I'm looking at. Is the holographic side that got me confused for a second. I thought that was the Valkyrie who's rotated back.
Ooh.
We'll be seeing the buck making a few holes here, while Kader is going to get one onto Heartless, and that is going to be yet again a similar frag that we saw happen in the last round. Meanwhile, Sainaga is going to get dispatched by Thunder, and a very aggressive P coming out from the Rook on side there. He's going to be anchoring the site and making sure he gets those impactful frags. Does a little damage to the Nomad, not enough. Not even down to a little bit of 50 HP, but still, damage done is damage done. But look at that. Ooh. The answer back from Creatin is going to cost the Rook his life. Very well placed crosshair, if you'd ask me, from the side of the Nomad here. I'm not entirely sure if she notices there's somebody close to him. Has the sound cue been made? No, the pings are coming in and he notices the castle, but he'll lose the fight to the castle there. Just the UMP gets the better of him, and Zompire and the Shadow are all that is left for Saeva Esports to make this push happen. We're seeing that nade being cooked in the hands of the buck here. Does get it tossed out. There's no ADS to catch it off as well, but the castle has already fallen back. He's still got a little bit of HP tagged along for himself, but it's a little too late at this moment. There's got no smokes, and look at that. The thermite gets dropped by the castle as the FBI is facing each other off, rather. I'm just missing my words here. I'm not really sure what's happened to my tongue at this moment. Zompire in the 1 versus 3 clutch with only 5 seconds left. The Bandit is going to be making this push and will get the kill as well. Veterans are going to make it out on round 3 and gain the advantage against Saeva Esports on Villa in round 3 here. Very well played by Veterans, despite that a little mishap on the strategies that they try to employ with the castle there. They made sure that the entire south side of the map is isolated, but they also made sure they have somebody roaming to make sure that roam presence is being felt. Even the Valkyrie was it was just well played by the Valkyrie there. She made sure that she gets Heartless, and Heartless is doing amazing damage so far. Whenever he's stayed alive, at the end of the round, he's the one who's being making plays for Saeva Esports, and that is the impact frag that Kader needed for his team. Let us see how round 4 proceeds into this matchup here.
Well, veterans seem to have managed to pull themselves together after that a little bit of an issue in the first round. But of course, Saeva Esports, we know that they can of course pull off some crazy plays, as we are going to be seeing for today at the very least. The first time we're going to be going to first floor, and it's of course the living room library site, which is albeit one of the less favorite sites on the first floor, because kitchen dining is arguably the better site down here. The living room.
Hey, but come on, man! I'm at least glad these guys went below.
I'm not throwing shade, obviously. I like this site myself. Right. I've had a few. Yeah. I've had a few clutches here myself, so I'm not.
All
I'm
right.
Not particularly
Blackjack with that passive flex, huh?
Hey, you gotta do it. You know? But
it's quite a good setup. Yeah, I mean, it's not half bad.
Actually, yeah, with the setup that they have brought, it is actually pretty good to be holding this site with this setup. So again, I wasn't trying to throw shade on them. I was just making a general observation. That is, of course, my view.
No, totally.
On the first floor pillar. Totally. You know, I'm definitely not making, trying to make sort of a divisive statement. That is, of course, not my ammo. I'm just here to cast.
And yeah, it's been fun so far casting with you. Why am I missing my words for some reason? Is I'm trying to say far and I'm saying fast for some. It's just maybe it's just a lot of information that I'm trying to process at the same time. And my brain is lagging. Oh, look at that! The Valkyrie gets caught out by Sainaga, and that'll be Kader, who's been doing a lot of work for his team. Gets dispatched early. The entry fragger on the side of defense for the team. Taken out very ill-advised peek from that Valkyrie over there. Let's see if things could turn out on the bright side for Saeva Esports this time around, at least, as they have managed to get a very impactful frag for themselves in the beginning of this round. Is Zompire watching a really good angle from the top, doing what a bug does. Oh, that soft breach and reconstruction on the top floor is very crucial for the team, and that is exactly what we're seeing them do. The alibi holograms, as the Prismas, we like to call them, are going to get dispatched by Heartless, not able to get that one Prisma. And look at that. The ability of Winchell gets spotted by the IQ and gets dispatched. So, well used utility coming from the side of Saeva Esports there. And Thunder doesn't know exactly what striked him in that IQ.
It's like that saying, you drop a penny, you find a dollar. He missed a Prisma, but he caught the Vigil instead, which is arguably much more valuable. For his team, of course. Thunder going down with a very unfortunate accident, including his gadget, as veterans are going to find themselves in a bit of a man disadvantage as we move to the minute mark in the round. Of course, time is ticking down, and Saeva Esports, with that breach coming out and cover from Nomad, are going to be looking to push into the library site. Sophia, in the meanwhile, is going to be pushing living room, and a cheeky angle by Oppo. He might get the Sophia. No, not quite. Sai goes down to Sai takes actually a lot of HP, goes down to roughly 30-ish, but won't be down for the count just yet. Lots of reconstruction still happening from the Buck, who's just providing cover for his teammate, as the Thermite is going to try and push in and get a plant off. Of course, he's going to be going for the corner for maximum coverage. The alibi inside of the museum is going to have to try to peek, but she will be taken down in due time as the plant does go off. Creighton will take down Necre, and it is now a retake only for Appa, and he's not going to be able to do anything about it, as Saeva get a flawless round off on the first floor here, winning themselves round 4.
So it looks like you were right on the fact that library is just not the side you would want to go on. I mean, yeah, there are other sites that are more preferable. Dining kitchen has been that one site, has been amazing. But finally, Saeva making sure that they shut down the Valkyrie in the beginning is, I would say that they had their impactful frags still alive, fraggers rather, still alive at the end of the round there, and that is what got them that victory. Saeva Esports with the equalizer, and we proceed to round 5. 2-2 is the scoreline. Do you think this is going to be a close match, Blackjack?
It might just end up being, given the way both of these teams have played, and I would definitely would be looking forward to a close game, because it is one of those, like, we almost had an overtime just a couple matches ago. Unfortunately, not going all the way to OT, obviously.
But if you ask my opinions on this, and I just think that Saeva Esports should have a better composure on what they're doing on this map, because we've seen them play on this map again and again, and now that they've got enough experience knowing that how teams play and how they would like to stack up their entryways and, you know, determine their points of denial as well, I think Saeva Esports should already be gaining a tad bit of advantage against veterans, as we don't know what maps veterans have played in their offline matches. And look at that, a little 200 IQ of Gumine placement coming from the side of Thunder here. I'm not sure why he is placing them on the...
Would that work that way, though? That is what I'm thinking here.
Technically, as far as my competitive experience goes, and now that I'm a coach of a team as well, I don't think that is the right placement for the Gumines. But then again, it might just be something that they need, you know, if the attacker is trying to go for a really wide peak, that could just get caught out by the Legion Mine and not just a walk-in. He might just be thinking, all right, they have the IQ being employed, let's just not place it in the middle of the doorway where it can just be get taken out very easily. And look at that, just as I speak about it, IQ rips out her gadget, and she'll be making sure she makes good use of it as they're making their way onto the study balcony here. A force sack from Saeva on the study balcony, as we won't be seeing IQ go bottom. As I speak about it, she's going to go downstairs, but Shadow is going to get dropped by Ka there
okay,
from the hallway. She knows that she's got the down, but the nomad charges are in place as well. They've got to make these pushes happen. She knows somebody's playing on that little fireplace inside study room here. Push has come in. They've got to make sure that they get the Thermite revive, as he's the only outreacher from the side of Saeva Esports, as they won't be employing another Hibana this time around in this match here. IQ making her presence being felt downstairs is going to take out the bandit batteries, but looks like Thermite is demanding that'll be Shadow for the other bandit batteries to be taken out, and there we go. The bandit battery does get dispatched finally, and the breach does come into play here. Heartless is going to find a Valkyrie. That was a long due kill for the side of the IQ. There is a rivalry going between these two players, and look at that. Thunder is going to drop one. He's going to drop another. The Legion's just been amazing with his gunplay. Will he find the third? The Nomad's trying to go for this peak here. He knows there's two players outside this breach wall that have been placed also perfectly. The Goo Mine does come in from his side as well. He's going to try and just shift his peaks. A little bit of Q and D spam coming from the side of Thunder. That is going to put the man count in advantage for veterans for the moment. But will that matter for Saeva Esports, as they still have the heart of their team, as I like to call him, Heartless, alive. He does notice the the Legion. Now he's going to get a quick headshot. That's a double kill for the IQ now. He's getting lit up and tagged along from the wall free fires that are coming in from the defensive side. A lot of information being traded off, and Heartless is just going to walk in on the side here. 2 Legion mines on his foot. He's just going to make sure he dispatches them quickly. He's stationed beside this marble table, just as we call it. Creighton is going to get another. He's a diffuser as well. Triple kill for Heartless, and the quad kill for Heartless is going to end the match and the round rather, there, for Saeva Esports. Just like I said, Heartless is the heart of the team, and he's been fragging out for his team. And look at that shot. Beautiful play from the IQ.
Absolutely well done by Saeva Esports on that push there. Brilliant use of the IQ and the Buck to take down any remaining utility that they could spot. And of course, when the push into side happened, Heartless, ironically enough, the heart for his team, as you have pointed out quite a few times so far, getting the impactful frags, getting his team in there, and making sure that even if the plant did go off, he had enough cover from the last remaining defender. And of course, with that, Saeva Esports are at a advantage. It is 3-2, of course, in their favor. We are going to be moving to trophy statutory, as veterans have so far avoided the mistake of going back to the same site where they lost him, which is, it's a little bit easier on my own mind, I'll be honest with you. It's hard to stay here and be calm when you see the same mistake happening over and over again. I'm sure you feel the same way, being a coach for a team and all that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree to that. I mean, I kind of already, you saw me how I reacted when I didn't see the castle using a super shorty instead. The man had going for the C4 rotation that they were making, but then again, maybe it was just something about miscommunication maybe going on the side of veterans, because there's another perspective to what we are seeing at this game here.
That is true.
Right? We don't know what's going on in the voice comms of veterans at this moment. And we're proceeding to round 6 here, and I'll have to say these 5 rounds rather, have been very quick. They've been very fast, as it's just me and you casting back and forth, while these teams have a back and forth movement of their own in terms of the round advantage being given away to each other. Now Saeva Esports are going to be on the better side of it, as they stand a 1 round advantage against veterans. 3-2. There's the score line we're staring into right now. 30 seconds already expelled from this round already, as we're seeing a little bit of work being put from the side of the attackers here, and making sure that the entryway is clear so they can establish control on the bottom of this map here and try and get those bandit batteries out. But they've already prepped that wall for an impact trick. And we're seeing Saeva Esports be a little more dependent on the thermite. It won't be the Hibana, so you can still try and get those C4 tosses done as well. The stuns are coming in to get those ADSs burned out, and a possible nade from the side of Zompire is what I'm expecting Saeva Esports to do.
Yeah, he is cooking it.
Look at that.
He's cooking it.
Oh, he's gonna rip out his gun instead. Look at that. Nade being cooked. Nade being tossed. No, he's just gonna pull out his gun instead.
Oh, he's waiting.
Another time he's tossing the nade here. No, look at that. Defense knows what's going on, and they're just going to step back as they're going to have to let the breach happen here. Nade does go in. The castle's trying to go for the impact here. Can he get it? No, he won't. Not in the right time. Misses his first impact shot, but second one does connect, but that was a little too late for the defender's liking. We're seeing the Thunder pick out a fight through the breach all the way from the trophy room here. Castle is trying to white peak. Excuse me. He goes for that headshot. What a shot onto side Nugger there. Gets taken out. A very alert Vice prone peek on that doorway. As we see a double breach being done from the side of the attacking team now. Neck rocks, as I almost call him. He's going to have to make sure he plays in this really cheeky spot. Only to get dispatched by the buck here. As it was due to happen. I mean, you cannot really hold your ground at that point. But look at that, a double disconnection from the side of Veterans is going to put Saeva Esports in a really huge man advantage here. 4 versus 2 now, all of a sudden, as things were looking good for the side of Veteran Esports, suddenly go in the favor of Saeva. Thunder and Rexon are everything that is left for the side of Veterans to make this round happen. That's a 2 versus 4 clutch for this team. 30 seconds left on the board now. Heartless is still alive. Is a little low on HP though. Plant is going down as well. Does the cover come in at the right point? Time. No, MP7 being pre-fired. And look at that. Skeleton key in hand. And Saeva Esports are going to win round 6. Heartless is actually... He actually managed to get it down. And that is why we're seeing the Buck pick up that final kill there. Very well played, execute after the advantage that Veterans gave away on a very sad disconnection from 2 of their players that were alive. It was just a sad day for Veterans, as now maybe a possible reverse is coming in. We'll only wait for Veterans to make that approach, or appeal rather, excuse me. Alright, we'll be going for a rehost here, as Veterans have had 2 disconnections here. What do you think is going to happen in this matchup, Blackjack? How do you think things are going to turn out?
Well, given how everything has happened so far, I would say that Saeva, they had a solid chance of winning that round regardless of that disconnect. Of course, Veterans, if they had more players on hand, they might have been better served to defend that breach. But unfortunate for them, probably a power outage, probably internet issues. Who knows? We can't really say what's happening. So right now, with that being said, we are, of course, going to be going for another rehost. Unfortunately, some technical issues have happened. Stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back.
The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance.
And welcome back, everybody, back to the game here at Villa Saeva Esports versus Veterans. We had just finished round 6, so of course the the role swap, excuse me, is going to happen. And welcome back to the WD Black, the Esports Club League in association with ACT Fibernet, Zotac Gaming, and Games the Shop. I am back again, Blackjack that is, and of course Foxtrot is here with me to cast this wonderful game that we have ahead of us. Unfortunately, both teams have now used up their rehost as SVA, that is, of course, Saeva Esports, being the great sports that they are, using up their rehost to help out veterans, get their players back in. And with that, we will, of course, be proceeding into round 7. Foxtrot, any thoughts on the match so far?
I think it's been an amazing match so far, and both these teams have been going a little to and fro here. But that advantage that Saeva got because of that disconnection is what got them a fairly better advantage against their opponents. And a huge shout out to Saeva Esports for being such a good sport and using their rehost ability or the power as a rehost beat, or some people like to call it, for their opponents so that they get a chance to fight against their team here. A very good sport for Saeva, and I just have immense respect for Saeva Esports now, as we don't see many teams do that. We're seeing Sainaga. He's going to be placing his Mozzie pests here, as he's just making sure that none of those drones are allowed entryway in that study hallway, as I like to call it, Heartless. There's dispatching a drone, the standard work here, while Shadow is going to be investing his utility, and they even have normal deployable shield, as that is what I want to call it, because they have the Goyo shields as well into play here, and a lot of denial in terms of entryway onto site here. Will we see a possible roam from these guys? What do you think, Blackjack?
We might, as we see the Jaeger who's going to be barricading the north side door of site. He's going off for his roaming duties to be cleared out, and the Mozzie lurking around in the 90 hallway. Both of them are going to be very, very essential operators. As oh wow, a 5-stack outside of bathroom, the bedroom, this little roof balcony thing. As Jaeger might just end up being the only man to try and even contest this, which is very interesting. Of course, Mozzie looks like he's going to be joining Jaeger to help him out in this situation, which is always nice. Because, actually, they're both falling back to 90 hallway. So, looks like instead of the initial roam, they're all going to be focusing on in and around site, which is it's interesting, as we have the Kaid Creighton over there taking out his crouch key, making sure it's all functional once again. A little bit of a dance, and he's still doing it, which is always nice. You can see him behind the wall there as shots are fired in and out of bedroom. And I can't take my eyes off of that. Do excuse me, everybody. Shots are being fired in and out of 90 hallway, of course. Jaeger, he's not suspicious of somebody who's rappelling on that window, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to be. At least that's not anyone that we can see here. Jones, of course, coming in from trophy entrance, the Fox window, as the Foxtrot here has said, has named it, christened it. As the Zofia will be going down, Heartless getting a double kill, taking out Kaylin. Meanwhile, he's not going to get a triple, unfortunately. Maverick's going to take him down. Necre getting the trade-off onto Heartless and losing a bit of HP himself. As Thermite trying to take out that vault wall is going to be, just a little bit shocked to see that it's electrified. As the Maverick gets to work on creating his signature Maverick pick. The way he's going to do this is, of course, he's going to put a line up, put a line on the bottom. Actually, no, I don't think he's going to be doing that at all. He's gone back to peak side door as he's going to be fired on by the Goyo. C4 comes out. That's going to down the Maverick. Of course, Necre is down. However, Goyo goes down as well behind the bar, as Maverick will be revived. But will Goyo be revived is the question here. He is, of course, crawling around behind the bar inside the games room as a grenade is being cooked by the Maverick. And will that get the kill? Yes, it will. Shadow goes down in the meanwhile as Necre secures himself double kill, blowing up a Goyo shield inside of Vault as Thermite has already pushed in. Now the Maverick pushes in with the diffuser, and the plant is beginning to go off. Canisters are being used by Smoke, but not in the area that he needs to use them. Apo here with good cover as Rexon is going to take down Sai. Another canister goes out in the correct area this time, but not even going to be able to take out Necre or Apo, the Thermite and the Maverick, that is. And now it is all up to, of course, Creighton and RK1, who are stuck in a post-plant situation. Smoke is going for the long flank around 90 hallway. As Creighton's going to get a headshot onto Rexon. Nice shot there from the Kaid, who's rotating around to 90 hallway. He's going to get the Maverick. He's not just yet. However, both of the defenders actually secured their kills. Both the hard breachers go down inside of sight as Smoke, that is, of course, RK1's umpire, he's going to get the counter defuse off. And Saeva Esports are going to win round 7.
Such a beautiful post-plan retake coming on from the side of Saeva Esports there. The Smoke and the Kaid doing that double duty against the attackers. That was a 2 versus 3, if I'm not wrong. It's just well played by them in a post-plan situation. That's going to put them on even more fair advantage against veterans, as we can see on the scoreboard. 5-2 is the score. And let's take a quick look at the frags that have been dropped. Obviously, after rehost, Necray on 2 frags, while Creighton and Heartless are going to be on top for Saeva Esports for this moment. 5-2, and Saeva Esports are 1 round away for taking this to match point.
Well, with of course that being said, as Foxtrot said right there, the Saver Esports team is now 1 round away from match point, and the pressure is on for veterans. They of course have 2 rounds in their pocket as well, so hopefully they will be thinking that they can hopefully make a comeback from this point, maybe even equalize, maybe even win from this precarious situation that they find themselves in at round 8. It's going to be interesting to see and very exciting to see whether or not they can pull this off, as that is, of course, what we all are here for. The exciting plays, clutches, comebacks. That is, of course, what Esports Rainbow Six Siege is made of. That is the stuff of legends. That is what we're here to see. As Shadow's going to actually be reinforcing Aviator Wall here, and Smoke, on the other hand, that's RK1. He's also going to be reinforcing the Games Room Wall. Both of these walls facing office. So a potential office hold, roam hold, that is, of course, might be coming out from the side of the defenders. That is, of course, Saver Esports. They obviously have the Castle, the Smoke, the Mute, the Jaeger, and Wamai. So both of the utility knobs being brought out. And then, okay, this is interesting. The bedroom main wall is going to be broken by Castle's Super Shorty, and they're going to have a rotate in and out of bedroom from there. That is
we actually saw something of that sort from the side of Saeva Esports come out, but that was towards the closet. And look at that, they're going to improve their strategy a little bit this time around, and looks like Saeva Esports are learning from the mistakes, making sure that they get that watch time in of their streams that have happened on on this league before. We're seeing another, once again, a 5-stack entryway from the side of the washroom here. That is the washroom balcony or the bedroom balcony. The bedroom balcony sounds better. You wouldn't want a balcony on your washroom for sure. We're seeing Heartless getting tagged along quite a lot. That'll be the IQ from the meat store is what some people like to call it, but then meat closet is what is going to be called for the moment. Vama is going to be with us. AUG here, no shield to help him as well. The shield is surely on his left side, but I think the placement on the right would be would do a little bit better in a strategy like this. We're seeing the IQ just get down. Drone gets spotted as well, gets taken out. There's no aggression from the Wamai so far. He's just going to make sure he's getting those quick peeks in for his teammates. He's going to have to pick these fights and win them as well. Frisbee does get deployed. He's going to make sure that the magnet does stop all this projectiles coming in his way. And look at that, just as I speak about it, Thunder getting ready to drop those Zofia lifelines onto Sainaga, and that'll be the Wamai. It's just a cat and mouse game until we see some action popping off in this place here. And look at that, the Wamai catching out those Zofia stuns, but he's going to get stunned nevertheless, obviously, because it's not how the Wamai charges work. It's how the ADS work. They just eat out the utility. Wamai charges just redirect them. Oh, the head almost popping in for the Zofia there. Doesn't get the kill, but he's going to get another, and that'll be Necray taken off the board. The Zofia does come in, but gets dropped down as well. Will that be a third for Sainaga? Yes, it will be. This Wamai is popping off on the attacking team here. A 3-kill frenzy for the Wamai. No damage done. No Claymore as well. Will get the last kill and a quad kill. And Saeva once again have a flawless round, proceeding to match point. What a round from the Wamai here.
Absolutely amazing round from Sai on the Wamai. There we go again. I may have put that image in your head last time, Foxy. Do forgive me. But the Sai Wamai inside of Closet, he's going to be taking a brilliant hold right there. As, well, we have Saeva Esports post-rehost going all the way into match point. And it's a very precarious situation that veterans have found themselves in. Now, of course, the slippery slope has just gotten a little bit more slippery, because if they lose this, that means they won't be playing anymore, I believe. This is, of course, I think, eliminations. So the team who wins all of the matches tonight will, of course, be going into the 9th spot of the 3rd division. So the pressure is on. Now, this time, a first floor kitchen dining hall being brought in finally by Saeva Esports here. This is a site, of course, that we have been talking about so much thanks to the whole new metas and changes that have happened to defense over the past year, more than a year, that Villa has been a map in Rainbow Six. And of course, now we're actually seeing it be deployed as a defender site. They, of course, have Castle. No, actually, they do not have a Castle. They have Shadow running the Pulse, which is going to be interesting to see how he plays that. We also have the Mute Mozzie combo from Creighton and Sai. And of course, RK1 on the Valkyrie for all of that intel. And finally, Heartless, ever so present on that Jaeger, insistent on getting those roam kills. And of course, he has done his job so far. And a Monty and a Fuse, actually. Now that I look at it, I just realized Cater has brought in a Fuse. Add the LMG at that. I don't think he has a grip, though, which is a little unfortunate. But, you know, a Fuse being brought in. This is quite rare for competitive Rainbow Six. You don't really see a Fuse brought into play pretty much at all. So the fact that he's here makes me happy. I am, of course, a Fuse main. Not afraid to admit it. So, oh, but never mind. A brilliant C4 from Sai is going to take down Cater and Apo in the meanwhile, as the Fuse I was so happy to see is already gone. Rest his soul. As a closet hole once again coming out from Heartless this time around. He's going to get the headshot on Rexon after a lengthy white peak creep. And of course he knows that there's one more in there. A runner coming in for the Mozzie. He's going to be able to get the Zofia. No, but he's been detected. He's going to come back in, probably using himself as bait, as the attacking team veterans find themselves in a very, very bad situation. The Monty push not working out in their favor. Of course, Asai's going to get a triple kill. And it's all up to the Zofia, who's going to be taken out as well. Saeva Esports bring out yet another flawless round as Heartless gets that last kill. And they win out on this first game of tonight right here. Very well played.
That's very well played indeed. I'll have to say that, Saeva. Making sure that they bring in everything that they've got to the table here and guarantee that victory on the last round that we got to see. That'll be it for the while, guys. Everybody who's joining us, we are getting back with more action as we proceed to these final stages of the qualifiers, as the qualifiers will be concluded by tonight, and we'll have our final divisions to head on to the league system. That'll be it. This is me, Foxtrot, and joining me is Blackjack. We'll be back in just a while to get you back with a little more siege action and more clutch plays, more amazing C4s, more amazing white peaks, and possibly even spawn peaks. We haven't seen a lot of them yet, but yeah, we're going to have a lot of siege action going down in just a while. Be right back, guys.
The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance.
Alrighty then. Hello and welcome everybody back to the WD Black, the Esports Club League in association with ACT Fibernet, Zotac Gaming, and Games the Shop. I am back as your host, Blackjack. Joining me is, of course, Foxtrot, as we have our upcoming game, Saeva Esports versus our Chickens. But before we quickly get into that, something that I would like to mention, of course, is the fact that Saeva Esports, they've made it all the way here. This is, of course, single eliminations, and anybody who loses from this point onwards is out. They will have to try again next season, which the qualifiers, of course, for the next season. So, Foxy, how much pressure would you say both these teams are experiencing right now?
I think it's a lot of pressure because this is also the semi-finals of the phase that they're playing, and they've got to make sure that they make this victory happen, and then they proceed to finals. And the finals are also happening. The semi-finals part 2 are also happening in the midst of as we speak, because that'll be an offline match and not on stream. It'll be between Shining Heroes and not really sure what the second team's name was. Excuse me there.
I believe it was Raven Esports.
I think it was Raven Esports as well, yes. Yes, thank you, Blackjack, for helping me out there. So the victor of that match is going to fight with the one that we'll be experiencing now, and that will be Saeva Esports versus our Chickens. Who do you think is going to win this one? Because we will be going to Clubhouse, and that is going to be the map for our semi-finals.
Well, given what we've seen so far from both of these teams, my bet is going to have to be on Saeva Esports. Unfortunately, I am actually going to be taking a side for once, and that side is that of Saeva Esports, because we've seen them progress and struggle, and to me, that just feels like they have the better chance over our Chickens. But not to say that our Chickens is completely done and dusted right here. They might just pull off a great game for themselves, make their way into the next stage. Who knows? I certainly don't. I'm just saying, I feel like Saeva Esports might win this.
Right, that just might be the case here, because we saw Saeva Esports have so much experience thrown around in their past few matches. They knew exactly what to do, what not to do. And Saeva Esports being such a good sport as well, giving their reviewers the ability to their opponents just so they could join back and we could have a healthy match going. And that's just great sportsmanship coming from the side of Saeva Esports. What do you think? How does the Clubhouse map change here affect these two teams? We haven't seen these teams play on Clubhouse before. We did see a match of Shining Heroes come out on Clubhouse previously in these group stages. But now, as we get proceeding to the Phase 3 qualifiers, looking at the screen right now, you can see 98% matches have already been played. So these are the essential last 2 matches that we'll be witnessing on stream for tonight. And hopefully we can all cap all of that before the Modi blackout happens. Right?
A very good point brought up. I'm actually really scared because given the area that I live in, it's a particularly weird area, right? Nobody supports the current government, but at the same time, like, they will take any instance that they can get to just run out there and do all that crazy stuff. I don't really know what they have planned. I just hope the power grid doesn't fail. I would hate to miss out on any games that we have left. But of course, that is a couple hours from now. We don't really worry about just yet, I hope. So, with that being said, of course, we're just waiting on our Chickens' full team to get into the lobby. And as you said, Clubhouse. So, Clubhouse as a map, after its little buff that it got, getting rid of the empty space on the roof between where construction is currently, of course, and adding actual cover to bar. Let's not forget that. It's become a map that's a lot more liked. Obviously, it was a little divisive before. Now it's a map that's universally praised as that kind of map that you would love to go in. Of course, the main sites are CCTV and church, after which you go into gym. Nobody still wants to go into bar despite the change it got. Unfortunately, that is just one side. Of course, we don't really have to worry about bar. Generally, nobody really takes bar. Nobody likes to go bar. But CCTV is where, of course, we see Bandit tricks, we see Kaid tricks, we see Maverick doing his half wall strat and all of that good stuff. And of course, Church. We have seen a few Kaid tricks on Church before, but mostly it's a blue dirt push. Sometimes main lobby, sometimes they drop Moto Hatch. So, of course, we are going to see an interesting game. And there we go. The last member for our Chickens has joined the lobby, and we are going to be proceeding with this Clubhouse game between Saeva Esports and our Chickens. This is going to be very, very exciting. Now that we're moving on to the ban phase, Foxy, quick predictions. What do you think?
I think we're going to see an Echo ban for sure. But speaking of attack bans, so maybe a Thatcher, as maybe that is coming on from the side of our Chickens. Thatcher has been such an immensely, I would say, he just changes the tides when he's on attack. And look at that. Thatcher does get banned from the side of our Chickens, and Saeva Esports now, they're going to have their bans come up. So just as we are speaking about it, this match being exciting, just like you said, this is going to be all the while more exciting, knowing that what's on stake now, because whichever team loses this match gets taken out of these qualifiers. They will have to reattempt in the second qualifiers that will happen for season 2 at the beginning of the next month. So a lot at stake here for Saeva Esports as well as our Chickens, but Saeva Esports making their way, fighting so many teams we've seen on stream as well. They've got to make sure every single run for them counts now, because this is no time to back down. 2 standard bans from the side of Saeva Esports once again, as we'll be seeing the Echo and the Jackal being dispatched. Very standard, I would say. That was predicted. The Thatcher and the Echo was surely into play here, but looks like they're gonna remove Jackal as well, as that is going to give our Chickens a little more room to try and give a little more roam presence around this map that is Clubhouse, and it's a huge map in comparison. And Valk is going to get taken out. That's entirely denial from the side of our Chickens, and I would say a little they've hurt themselves a little with this ban here, because they could surely use Valkyrie on their defensive 6 rounds that they'll be getting first to play here. But we'll be moving into round 1 without any further ado. Let's take a quick look at both these rosters once again. Shadow, Sainaga, Creatin, Zompire and Heartless on the side of Saeva Esports, while we have our Chickens with Shazan, Hydroden, Esconar, White Knight and Spyboy. I've seen both these teams be equally promising in whatever matches they've played, but obviously you have some bad days where you can just not keep winning. I mean, if you keep winning, then there's just no fun to the game, right? And that is what has brought them to this Division 3 qualifiers. We'll be seeing a 6 pick from the Zofia to the Zofia from Sainaga, and he just wanted to make sure he's the one from the team who uses that 6 pick. We're seeing standard setup onto the CCTV side here, as it is also reliable to go on first. Seeing the garage walls being reinforced up from the dock as well as the Jaeger as well. You don't want to give away the garage control early into the round for your team opponents rather. Kaid in play here, as well as the Bandit, is going to be a lot of denial that Saeva Esports are going to have to cut through with obviously the no Thatcher in play. They're going to have to make sure that they get all of that utility perfectly used, as Shadow will be the only hard breacher for the side of Saeva Esports, and a possible spawn peek maybe from our Chickens could just, take out that Thermite, could win them that round already. No aggression from the side of our Chickens just as I speak about it. We'll be seeing Saeva Esports, everybody spawn on the side of Warehouse here as they make their way onto this main push happen. We're seeing Bandit places Bandit batteries here. He's going to make sure that all of that denial is being perfectly used by himself. Mozzie a little late in the round. He's going to be doing his reinforcements. White Knight is going to be stationed up on the catwalk here, making sure nobody's allowed entryway into that garage door. Thermite getting prepped here, as we can see also clearly, while the IQ is going to be downstairs actually, as she makes her way into the stock room here, all the way onto launch. Gonna make sure that she gets that utility well used, and look at that, White Knight dropping his first kill of the round here. There's gonna be the Zofia dispatch as Sainaga. A very ill-advised speak, not in his advantage, taken out of that garage door. Gonna have to go for that diffuser retrieval, and that'll be the Nomad. Almost getting tagged along by his teammate, but the breach does come in despite the double denial from the side of our Chickens here. Looks like that was not wisely used on the side of our Chickens, and that is what is going to allow Saeva Esports go for this breach here. Shadow on the Thermite is just going to be watching any strays, trying to run around and trying to overpeak him. He's just going to make sure he catches them off. Meanwhile, Zompire is doing a lot of rework, a reconstruction rather, on these soft walls that he's getting done here. And look at that flank coming in from the Jaeger. He does get spotted out. Drone is in place as well. He doesn't want to go for this peek here. He knows there's somebody on that big door. The Buck has made his way inside already.
This is close. This is
This
close.
is very close, but look at the timing on these two operators, and nobody cares to take care for the Jaeger. He's going to get one. He's going to get the other as well. Spyboy with the flank for his teammates is going to change the tides for the side of Saeva Esports. As Kraton and Shadow are the only attackers left for the side of Saeva Esports. They've got to make this clutch happen. Thermite trying to drop the kill, and he will do so. He confirms the kill on with that pre-fire. The Mozzie being also aggressive. That is a very bad play from Mozzie, if you'd ask me. Spyboy, 1 versus 2 now. He's got to make this clutch happen. 40 seconds is a lot of time for these attackers to make this clutch. But one guy stationed outside Thermite wall, and he's going to get that final kill. And that'll be Shadow onto Spyboy. Excuse me, there was a lot of information being traded out. And oh, look at that. Booty shot from the Thermite there onto the Jaeger.
It's just a tad bit unfortunate for the Jaeger. He seemed to have forgotten the fact that there was somebody outside of the breach. And in that momentary lapse of judgment, unfortunately, Thermite just cleans up the kill and walks away with it, washing his hands of that entire round. Of course, Saeva Esports go 1-0 up in this encounter so far. And I would like to mention that in the middle of this, I had technical difficulties, but I am, of course, back. So, it's always fun. It's always fun when your computer entirely crashes. That is exactly what happened to me, which is unfortunate. But we did see a 6-pick, I believe that was from one of the defenders as... Did we see one? I'm not entirely sure. I saw a flash of a Kavera and then a flash of a Wamai, but I'm not entirely certain who was brought in at the end. I think it was White Knight, who is now on the Legion. Excuse me. And definitely going to be interesting to see how, once we are now back into the CCTV hold from the defense, how they change up the way they defend the site, depending on how Saeva Esports had pushed in the last round. Overall, the roster from both teams is, of course, pretty hefty. We have Kaid, we have Mozzie, we have Doc, Legion, and Jaeger on defense. We, of course, have the Zofia and the IQ, along with RK1 on the Buck. All of them going to be used for a lot of utility. Of course, Zofia and the Buck for the most likely. They're going to be used for a little bit of vertical gameplay to try and take out any Kaids that Electroclaws, basically, that Heartless might not be able to get using the RED. You never know. You can have issues every now and again, which is definitely going to be very exciting. And I think we just saw the Mozzie Hydrogen over there all the way out in Strip Club, which is quite a long way away from site. He's actually now in bathroom, and he's waiting for that first floor push that we saw the last time. Creatine is already up there by the big door outside of bar, so it's going to be interesting to see as the drones come in and out of the attackers. The IQ over there is, of course, using our ID to try and get the Electroclaw, but another one is deployed by the Kaid, which should be taken out in due time. There we go. Nice and easy as the breach is about to go down. Hydrogen over here with a nice flank coming out from garage storage. Is he gonna get someone? He's, of course, lining himself up to be that guy. And in garage storage stairs right now. Of course, this is, of course, called stock stairs or blue stairs, depending on who you ask. So he's gonna be waiting very, very patiently for any bit of intel given away by either team to him to convert to his favor. Actually, we have already Sai inside of sight. He takes out the garage hold as Hydrogen will take down Heartless in the meanwhile, and Sai will be taken out by the Jaeger as White Knight goes under Shadow. All of these shots are coming alive. The Jaeger downs the Thermite Shadow outside of the breach, but he will go down to the hands of Creatine, as it is now a 2 versus 2, I would say, because Thermite is, of course, still down. As the C4 goes off, but the air jab is going to stop him from blowing it up just yet, and he's going to have to go for a wide peek around that area to try and see if he can get anybody. And again, the game has halted slightly because, of course, both teams are regrouping, trying to figure out what just happened. Thermite has been revived, of course. Shadow now at 20 HP. He's still, of course, outside the beach. He has the diffuser, so he's going to be the player to protect in this situation. Pushes in, takes a Guma into the shin, I believe, and he's going to be going for the plant. The C4 does not work from Mozzie, and now it is all up to Kaid and Mozzie to try and save this. Actually, Mozzie still has the C4, so I believe that was Kaid's, and the C4 will go out from Mozzie. Now, but will it get it? Yes, it will. That is, of course, one of the attackers gone. Shadow out of the picture. Cade has been down inside the site, so it is now all up to Hydro, and there is, of course, guards happening from both from Saeva, actually, from outside of site, as somebody was just taken out. I'm not entirely certain who.
Defender has left the designated staging area. Defenders have located the diffuser.
We're seeing him
And with
go for
that-
the defuse here. Not entirely sure where the last attacker is, but the calls have been made and no time left for Shazam to stick the defuse. He's gonna get out of it and finally gets dispatched by Creighton there. A well played angle from the Nomad here. She made sure that the first defender on towards the diffuser gets taken out, and the second one as well. A good cover from both these teams, and they had 2 down operators. Both of these sides, they made sure both of those revives came in as well, and a good teamwork all in all for the side of Saeva Esports. We're seeing them proceed on to round 3 now after getting that 2-round advantage. And just as I told, there's so much at stake here today for Saeva Esports. They've got to make sure they proceed to finals and even win the finals to ensure that final spot in the Division 3 of the group stages as once they end. So Umpire will be switching on to the Hibana from the Buck, as that is what they want to go for. Looks like the Buck is not doing enough work for themselves, as now they are anticipating the defense to go on to their Church and Arsenal hold, but that won't be the case, as looks like our chickens still want to hold on to the CCTV defense here.
CCD defense, of course, coming in once again from. Okay, just a question. Is that mic audible? Because my Discord seems to be acting up again. I'm not sure if this is too bad. I'm gonna try and hold out as much as I can.
That's okay. I've got your back, Blackjack. Don't worry.
Yes, thank you very much. But I just had to ask,
Yeah.
because on my screen it said I was muted, even though I was unmuted.
Yeah, Discord does that sometimes,
Yeah, a little bit of an issue, but hopefully nothing major. Something that I can still stick around to cast the remaining game that we have in our hands. Of course, Saeva Esports are 2-0 up in this situation. Very good pushes happening from them. They have been halted here and there by our chickens, who have managed to pull off a couple of good shots. But, it just hasn't been enough to stop Saeva in their tracks, as a cheeky peek from White Knight on the Vigil is going to happen. But he's going to only tag up Zompire, and not enough to kill him. He's going to be repelling, of course, all the way up to the roof now. But with that amount of damage done to him, it's going to be a precarious game for him to play from this point onwards. Double Joan inside the stockroom from IQ and the Nomad, as they know that Vigil is somewhere in first floor, thanks to those marks produced, the distortions produced by his gadget. Gets spotted out, and he's gonna rotate out of the bar door. Shots are being fired in his general direction. Hibana, of course, dropping right next to the main breach. She most likely is gonna be helping Thermite to breach that, as White Knight is back here again. He knows that there might be a couple people in stock, so that's gonna be a very interesting situation for him to be in. Is he gonna get those kills? And if he does, they are going to be very obviously very, very impactful. Bandits sitting here ready for that bandit trick. And shots are being fired all over the place, as Garage Drone is now a thing. Actually, oh, dear me.
Now we'll be seeing a Bandit go for the strike here. Thermite station right outside, making sure he's getting that main breach. Meanwhile, White Knight on the other end gets a kill, and the Bandit very successful with his Bandit tricking as well. Thermite should have just waited for his teammates to, get in a little bit more help there for himself, but Escanor is going to drop another, and that is going to be the Zofia dispatch outside of the construction window. She was trying to place herself perfectly to help the Bandit out, but just not the case for the side of the attack this time around. Shadow is going to maneuver himself back, rotate, and go onto the construction side, as that is the breach he wants to do. Hydroden rather, excuse me, is going to get Cretin. Hibana here, she gets tagged along by White Knight in the beginning of the round. We saw, can White Knight pick up his very long due kill here? White Knight does notice that one tap coming from the Hibana there. A single bullet is what is giving away that position. Jaeger does get spotted away, but he's behind a very strong... Alright, he's still going to peek that. I wouldn't do that if I was Jaeger. You look at his HP. He's going to manage to come back to side as well. White Knight finally getting that long due kill onto Hibana. Now it's all down to the Thermite, who's very low on HP as well. He's going to have to ace clutch in this situation. With Hydrogen still playing the dock, you could still juice your boys back up, and there'll be Spy Boy and Escanar so low on HP. Shadow Still holding this angle here. There's nothing he can do at this point. It's a lost cause for him. Oh, he goes for that peek here. He's going to get the vigil, but it's going to matter. There's only 10 seconds left on the board and 10 HP on the HP bar of Thermite as well. It's a lost cause for Thermite as Saeva Esports are just having a timeout. And Cade almost getting that kill onto Thermite, but he's just baiting him at this point. There's nothing that both these teams are doing, and our chickens are going to win round by the time on round 3.
Unfortunately, Saeva Esports not able to continue their show in this sort of situation, as they were stopped finally by our chickens completely in this CCTV hold that they had. Very well done by chickens, and of course Saeva was going to be looking to try and come back from this situation. Not come back, but rectify their mistakes and make sure that they don't do those again. They of course have the Bucks Sai once again, and he's going to be looking to make those vertical plays wherever he can, inside the kitchen, outside of Moto. There's a lot of places that you can, well, not Moto particularly. It's mostly in and around kitchen, but it's still pretty useful when they come off in favor of the attacking team. You know what I mean? And actually, now that I look at it, a Nook. Can we have a zoom into that Nook's loadout? That is the shotgun. Okay, then a very interesting pick from Heartless over here. Shotgun, deagle, and grenades on an operator meant for absolute stealth. Of course, the shotgun that she has is the same that Legion has. It is suppressed automatically.
Right.
But, the deagle and grenades aren't exactly silent options for Nook. And this is, I think, the first time we've seen Nook in this entire qualifying phase. Which is, again, we saw the fuse a couple, last game, actually. And now we're seeing a Nook, all of the unorthodox operators being brought out. We have Hydrogen over here making holes on the top floor, making sure he has those lines of sight, obviously. And White Knight once again playing the dog. He'll be a very big anchor to take care of for the defenders and, of course, for the attackers as well. The big name, Doc, you always want him off the board because you don't want any defenders you miss a kill on to come back and bite you in the arm.
Right. Arm, huh? Blackjack. I'm sure you're going for that word, right?
Actually, I wasn't. As soon as I said bite, I realized, wait, this train of thought is dangerous.
Oh, right. We're seeing Heartless, making sure his entryway is secured. And look at that. The eagle gets ripped out of his hands here. He's not going to be using the shotgun, obviously, for that long-range fight that he's employing. But for some reason, the mechanic of these shotguns in this game is actually hilarious because you can take out a default cam or any part of utility, no matter how far you are from that place with the shotgun. You spawn and you can even get a default cam taken out just with your shotgun. And I don't know how that works, but when you are in like 1 meter away from the defender, somehow the shotgun stop working. Oh, look at that. Sainaga, a little bit of hiccup there for his side, but he's finally spots the Mozzie, but not enough to land his shots here. He's whiffing all his shots. The Buck just not able to convert on all of this, but meanwhile Nook is going to be here, but finally gets that nade kill for himself. Nook, this ability not entirely used. She's just moving in areas where there's no cams, but look at that, finally one cam, almost putting that Nook out. He's going to take cam out before his ability expires off the work that she does. It'll be a church defense though for everybody who is just a little confused on the emphasis on the top floor there. They're making sure that the roam gaming has been cleared out, and that is exactly what they did. Hydrogen was the solo roamer for the side of our chickens. Hydrogen. Why do I keep saying Hydrogen? I'm not even a chemistry fan.
Don't worry about it. I've made that mistake too. I made that mistake a couple days ago on stream, and oh boy, realizing it today, I thought, wait a minute. It's a D, not a G. Oh boy. But of course, that is besides the point. Little nomenclatures here and there can be thrown around without really much issue. As Escanor is going to be here in utility, that is of course blue. As Heartless is going to take down Spyboy in the meanwhile, and that is the kill from Nook actually. Things are going off as Escanor is going to take down Kraken inside a side. A brilliant wallbang coming out there from the Jaeger. Of course, there's still a couple more in that moto area. However, Shazan is going to take down Sai. In the meanwhile, Jaeger's going to get lit up quite a bit. He's not dead yet as the plant has gone off from Shadow, and now it is a retake situation for the defenders. Of course, they have enough bodies as Shazam's going to take down Shadow, and he's going to take down Heartless. That's a triple kill for him. He's going to be taken down by RK1, who will be traded out instantly by Escanor. And that is the counter defuse coming in from the Jaeger. Well played by the Kaid using that TCSG, as Jaeger's going to get a nice set of heals from the Doc in his team, as our Chickens have defended their second round in a row now. Very well played by the defending team. Very well played to Shazam, getting those kills right there. Of course, it can't be understated how good Escanor was sitting inside of blue, getting the final kill on the Hibana as well before going for the counter defuse, doing the smart stuff that you would expect off of players of this level. And here we are sitting on an equalized 2-2 score. It's going to be very interesting and very exciting to see how this match unfolds from here. We are, of course, going to be going into Gym Bedroom, and the Wamai Castle combo is being brought out this time by our Chickens to make sure that I think that Bandit is going to be bandit tricking that particular wall outside of bathroom in the hallway. So you want that castle, you want the Wamai, you want all the protection that you can give the Bandit, and Bandit, of course, is going to be just doing Bandit things, which is, of course, making sure Thermite Hibana don't get in. That is, of course, his job, and he is here to do it do it to the best of his ability. Thank you, Brain. Well then, actually, Kaid might be looking to put down an Electric Claw first as a little bit of a buffer, maybe? I'm not entirely sure. I made the prediction that they're going to go for the Bandit trick because they have Wamai, they have Castle. They might have a shield as well. Was that an impact? I believe that was an impact that made the rotation there. If that was a C4, I would have been mad. Just saying. You know, you don't use C4s to make rotations, guys. Let's be real. If you use C4s to make rotations, just don't. Right? In the meanwhile, and the Wamai, of course, using his frisbees in and around, in a way that Castle's barricades are not going to be affected in the wrong way, of course. I don't think there's any other way to affect a Castle barricade other than blowing it up or taking it down, really, which is still harmful to it. Anyway, so now that we're in the action phase, actually a flashbang already at that Gym Bedroom door, as Thermite's already there, as is the Maverick. The Maverick's, of course, going to be the big detriment in the plan of the Bandit and the Kaid over there, as he's going to be going for what looks like the half-wall trick. He already has one bit of it done. I think he's already done one half of the job. There it goes. A C4 comes out on that breach, but not going to be enough nearly to take down RK1, as Bandit's utility is going to be reduced. He's actually already gone, and Jaeger is going to be sitting there waiting for that breach to happen. As the pings go out, the drone is, of course, going to be a little bother for him, as I think Bandit's back trying to trick it. Is he going to be able to? Yes, he is, actually. And with that being said, Annex's Sonic Charge is gone. Unfortunately, Bandit's going to lose, Thermite's going to lose that battle, despite all of that preparation being done, as now we have the foothold being made by Maverick. He's going to get shocked just a little bit, as Jaeger was sitting there waiting for that peek from any attacking operator, but it doesn't look like he's going to be taken down. Bandit, of course, is still here. Now that the wall is solved, it can just be shot out as normal. Thermite's actually gone off already on a different side of the map entirely, and there we go. I think that was Heartless on the Zofia, opening out that wall entirely. The drones are coming in from the drone hole right next to the Bandit, and he says, as the attackers now know where he is, already a couple of bodies in logistics as well, I believe. And this push from Saeva Esports is slowly but surely closing in, and our Chickens look like they are absolutely ready to hold this off. 50 seconds left in the round, and it is all up to, well, Bandit has left it all up to himself to stop this breach push from happening. He's, of course, still here, still alive, curiously enough, on 80-ish HP, maybe 78, as the Spy Boy goes down, and so does Escanor too. The gun of Heartless, the Zofia, pushes in, and the push has happened. The one, I don't think he's aware of the fact that Zofia is inside. He is not, as despite taking down RK1, he'll be taken down by the Zofia, as well as Creighton taking down Shazam. In the meanwhile, all up to Hydrogen, who will be blasted away by the Nomad charge on the window, and there we go. Tries to rush back into the building, unfortunately detected, giving the attackers a little bit of wall hacks right there to know exactly where he is. And Shadow, cleaning up on the last remaining defender, will give Saeva Esports the lead here.
That was indeed well played by Saeva Esports there. Heartless, once again, standing up for his team. We'll take a quick look at the scoreboard. With that being said, Shadow, despite being the hard breacher, is on the top of the board. Will be with 6 kills, and Creighton with 6 kills as well. As we've seen those two operators in specific to always be the ones that play post plan for the team here. And this is quite the match that we are getting to see here. Very close to each other. 3-2 is the scoreline. And in just a while, we'll be finding out who takes the victory. Can't really take any sides now at the moment. Both these teams have been going to and fro once again. And with this round, it'll mark the end of the first half, and that will be a role swap coming in after this. So Clubhouse being the defender favored map, maybe Saeva Esports can use that to try and make sure that they guarantee their victory, because they're in an advantage at the moment, only unless our Chickens chooses to equalize it in this round. We're seeing some standard setup and some melee holes, being made from the side of the Spy Boy as well, and that'll be on the main wall, as you don't want the thermite to go for the direct breach there, and it's a little trick. That's in the books now. You want to make sure that you get that soft wall a little meleeed up before you're just prepping that soft wall for a while. Hydroden, he'll be running the dock, and instead of the White Knight this time around, he'll be the one to hold Garage. White Knight is going to be the fragger for the team, and he's going to fall back all the way onto bottom stairs, and that'll be the Garage down below to the utility room. And blue stairs, he's going to make his way back up. He's got the ability to make sure he doesn't get detected by drones, so that is going to keep him alive in this spot. Let's find out for how long, as Saeva Esports always have that drone clear strategy in their mind. And look at that, just as I speak about it, does get spotted out. It's a direct angle that he's running towards or away from Zofia. Hydrogen, knowing that there's a Montaigne outside. Here in Shadow, meanwhile, is going to drop Shazan, and that is going to be the Kai taken out. And I assume that's from the breach. Yes, that is from the breach. Still seeing Sainaga stationed outside as the Montaigne. He's 360. He's taunting him, man. Spy Boy is going to refrag finally onto RKO1's umpire, and that'll be the Maverick taken off the board. But now that the Maverick is in play here, the Thermite can go for the breach, and the Montaigne is making this push happen as well. Look at that. The dog does notice there's a Nomad coming in, but can the Montaigne utilize this advantage while the dog is distracted, and the breach has come in as well? It's a triple take on this dog. If he makes it out of this, I'll be surprised, and he won't.
Oh,
he's finally getting that kill. The Spy Boy, though, he's going to get one, and Sanaga onto another. Heartless onto one more, and it's a 3 versus 2 all of a sudden. He's already on side. Heartless is dropping bodies faster than I can take out words out of my mouth. White Knight is only the last one alive, and that'll be the Vigil on the main stairs here. He's going to make his way back up. Or can he notice the Zofia? Yes, he does. Doesn't land his shots. He will finally. It's a 1 versus 2 still. A very good gun in his hand. He's going to get the double as well. Ooh. It's a 1 versus 1 against the Monty. You don't want to go close to him. He's got no impact left as well. The Monty getting off the plant here. He knows he has to make this clutch happen for his team, as it is also essential to get this advantage taken in the attacking rounds for himself. Does he White Knight, or does he not? Rotating back from this hallway here. It's just a bait plan coming in from him. Now the footsteps are in his audio feed. He's going to make sure that the rotate comes in from himself as well. Monty's been amazing so far. It's just a cat and mouse game between these two. Look at this. What are they doing? They're just going around the map here. It's a 1 versus 1 that they've both got to win. Pistol in hand, the shield in the back. Can he do a swirly twirly, just like we see the Clash do? He's solo on HP as the call has been made out. Monty's just going for the frag here, as the Vigil is going to make sure he's ensuring that safety for himself. Finally, the plant does come in, and he has to stick it this time around. He's not going to stick it. There's no time left for the plant anymore. He has to go for the kill here. Montaigne almost peeking him there, and he loses it. No. Oh no, White Knight, what a clutch from our Chickens here. That was indeed a very intense few seconds of the round that we got to witness there, and he shouldn't have gotten off that shield there. It was just a little misplay from Saeva Esports, and that little misplay is what is going to put our Chickens on an equalizer score. 3-3 is the scoreline that we're looking at now. Just like I said, it's not over till it's over, and that advantage that they got for a little while, that was Saeva Esports, is taken right back onto the side of our Chickens. But now they're going to have to play on their back foot with Saeva Esports going out to defense, as that is a little more favorable on a map like this.
Absolutely. And now with the role swap done, as you said, going into defense, Saeva are going to have to try their hardest to make sure that they still win. They have, of course, made it this far. Not to say anything less of our chickens, they also have made it this far. They're both playing for all the marbles here, getting into the qualifier, getting through the
Attackers will
qualifiers
locate and
into
defuse a
Division
bomb.
3. It's going to be very, very exciting to see how everything pans out. Unfortunately, the Monty play there, it was great at first, but then it became
Yeah,
questionable.
I don't know what
Um,
Sai was thinking while putting the shield on the back. Sai, if you're watching this what after you're done with this match, let me tell you, there's no advantage that you get putting the shield on the back. There's no boost in your
There
speed as
really
well.
isn't.
Like if you just think that bringing out your secondary pistol just does boost your speed by 12%, if I'm not wrong, at least on the normal operators that you don't play with the shields. But for the Montaigne, there's really no advantage to what you did there. And
I mean, there's
yeah,
no
there's
point.
exactly there's
whole-
exactly no point. But
Monty's whole shtick is his shield,
yeah,
you know?
yeah, I totally agree with you, Blackjack. It was a misplay from Sai there, and it's just bad. But then again, I don't want to blame him too much. It's just one of those brain-dead plays that players make sometimes around.
Yeah, we've all been subject to them. You know, we've all done them. So it's not no big deal, of course. So they are still equalized in score, and it's still a race to see who gets to match point and the eventual victory first. So as we move into the match, like this current round, we have Maverick already going for that half wall trick that he is so known for, as Heartless is going to get a kill onto Hydrogen. Who was that? That was the Ash dropped, an important operator, especially if you think about the way that the attacking team, our chickens, have no Zofia or Buck, which means vertical play would have depended on the Ashes. Ooh, a slug straight into the chest of Spybo is going to take him down quite a lot in terms of HP, as a track stinger right on that rotate goes out from the gridlock. And of course, Hibana and Maverick are repelling right around to make sure that they don't get shot up too much. Maverick, of course, is still trying to do that half wall trick that he is now known for, which is really funny considering the fact that it came into the game as a bit of a glitch that people knew about. But ooh, he's out of blowtorch, and I think he hasn't. No, he hasn't gotten it. Oh dear me, that is an unfortunate loss of utility from the Maverick as he runs out of fuel for his blowtorch. And with that wall, I don't think it's going to be opened anytime soon. Definitely doesn't look like it. Which is I just feel sad for Maverick. You know, poor guy. He tried. He definitely gave it his hardest shot. Ooh.
That was surely.
Meanwhile-
Alright, look at that. Escanor is going to drop one kill. That is Heartless. The heart of Saeva Esports taken down now. Our chickens have to realize the fact that they've got to play on frags and they've got to pick those fights but not lose them. Kratos is going to get one. And the trade-off
Oh, that's a
coming in
trade.
from the Mossy here. Spyboy is going to get another, and that is Sainaga being taken off the board now. Arceus Umpire and Shadow are the ones left on the side of defense alive to make this clutch happen for the team. While we've got Spyboy and White Knight from the side of our chickens to keep things going for the team now. It's just a to and fro that we're getting to see between these two. We're seeing the map equalizer come in as well. Excuse me, the round equalizer come in as well. And now the man count. 10 seconds left on the board now. Can this play happen from the side of the attackers? They've got to make the side push happen. The diffuser is surely with Spyboy, but will White Knight get those frags? Impactful frags for his team. He gets one. Can he get the other? He's going to knife him. Oh, look at that clutch from our chickens. What a play.
Fire. What are you
What
doing
a play
in there?
from White Knight. First the headshot, then the knife. Oh my god. The Kaid was so busy trying to get the one on Garage, trying to get the planter on Garage, that all Hibar had to do is just rip out that knife and easy peasy lemon squeezy for her at that moment.
Well, Thatcher is definitely going to be smirking, sitting at the benches. You know, he's going to be thinking to himself, a 6-inch blade never loses reception. Unfortunately, Kaid's audio comm seemed to have lost their reception in that particular situation, not knowing, either he knew or he just decided, you know what, I'm not going to bother. Well, whatever went through Zampire's head there is completely known only to him and his team, as our chickens are actually going to take the lead, and Hydroden there pulling, I believe it was one of Saeva Esports earlier in the round, who did a Zophion to Zofia 6 pick, and this time Hydroden doing the exact same thing because why not?
This is by far the best match I've casted, man. Not this one actually. There was this one match of I don't exactly remember the name. That was that had TEC, that had Sexy K and the roster, and it was on Coastline. I'm not entirely sure what tournament that was, but that was another level of play that I got to see from all those players there, and it was just 200 IQ plays. Like, I would never expect to see that in a game, and I saw that, and I was just blown apart by the amount of brain utility of the players in that match there. I remember the Clash just, you know, doing swirly turlies and trying to get a few frags out, and she was just getting slapped on every single round she did that. And it was just, I don't know, man. That match, I'll try to find the word and maybe send you that link. But then again, this does be a equally good contender. We saw some really big brain plays from the Montine. We saw the Maverick and then the Hibana there, or the Kaid if you... Let's just be honest, that was a misplay from Kaid rather than Hibana just playing that better. But then again, Hibana could have really messed that up. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
This is not how
Here we go
to do
again.
the Maverick trick, my friend.
He is very vulnerable right here.
That is exactly how you... Yeah, that is exactly what is costing the blowtorch fuel for Escanor.
He's already down to 1 1/4.
What? No.
Oh my god, Escanor!
You're the only outreacher.
Come
No,
on.
wait. Let me just correct myself. They've got the Hibana and the Thermite this time around, as well as last round. we saw there was only Maverick, and that really bit them in the back there. But this time, our chickens are like, all right, guys, we are not breaching anything. Let's just make sure we run all 3 hard breachers. And look at that, Kraton is going to get White Knight, and that is the Hibana dispatch, and make that 2 hard breachers. And Kraton is going to get another. That's a double kill for him this round. He's trying to find the Nomad here as well. Amelia is what is going to give it the position away. Just a little pre-fire for him. While Sainaga on the other end is going to get Escanor, as now Saeva Esports are suddenly playing all onto frags. Shazan finally finding that Mozzie is going to shut him down with a quick headshot. It's all down to Spyboy and Shazan to make this happen. No, Hydrogen is asking me if there's a rehearse on their end, but they don't have a rehearse left, as they already utilized that. I missed joining that lobby, as we're seeing Spyboy make his way onto the site here. He is into construction area. He's got to make sure a crossfire is being established, but Shazan is all the way apart from him in the map here. Almost spotting that head out, but not landing his shots here. That'll be the Thermite. Shazan is going to land his though. He's going to make his way up the main stairs, and just as a stand corrected, perfect crossfire for his team at least. Shazan is so low on HP. He's close to the rotation here. He's going to get the Kaid as well. Oh my god, what is going on? Our chickens are just obliterating Saeva Esports, and I'm not really sure what that Kaid was doing there. He was just staring into that rotation, but still going to get the kill. But Sainaga is going to get his. It's a 1 versus 1 now. Once again, Sainaga in a 1 versus 1. Will he rip out his stim pistol and peek the Thermite, or will he do the thing that is intended to do? Because we saw him play the Montane in the last round, and things just did not go as intended. He's going to land a lot of his pre-fires there from the drone hole. He's going to put Spyboy in a really bad disadvantage, and the revolver in the hand is going to secure the clutch for his team, finally making up for the last round, or the round previous of that. And finally, Saeva Esports are going to get the equalizer in, and this is so close of a match that we're getting to witness here. 4-4 is the scoreline.
Absolutely well played from Sai. The redemption round coming in from him after that questionable Montaigne play a couple rounds ago, but of course that is in the past. He's done his job here, got the counter defuse, equalized the score. Once again, a 4-4 situation in no one's favor, and well, this game is shaping up awfully similarly to the game previous that we casted, I believe it was, that went all the way to 5-5 and then 7-5. And now it's this one. We're all the way here in 4-4, and it's still a race to match point as the Doc is back again. Sai he's going to be insistent on playing the dog this time around, especially after that clutch. And we have, of course, again, a 6 pick from Mozzie to Mozzie this time from Creighton.
Attackers need to
Uh,
locate and
people seem to be very enthusiastic about baiting the 6th pick. I don't know. I don't really know what they're thinking. It's like, oh, I want the 6th pick. Let me take it. But I don't want to change. I'm not entirely certain what that whole deal is about.
All right. So Creighton actually a very interesting note. Creighton has been a former diamond player. As I remember one of those tournaments that I was hosting, and I opened up the solo registrations for players who didn't have teams, and Creighton was actually out there in the top tiers, and for some reason he's dropped down to a fairly low tier team for some reason. I'm not entirely sure what Creighton's been up to. Obviously, with the changing meta in this game, you've got to make sure you don't get your hands off of this game, or else you become obsolete in a game like this. So adaptive and so fast with things that change. Speaking of changes, we'll be seeing the Super Shorty taken out very soon, and it's just heartbreaking that Mozzie won't be having a Super Shorty anymore.
Absolutely. Very unfortunate for the Australian operator from down under, but the Ubisoft gods have decided that he must lose it because he has too much, and no one can really stop it. So unfortunately, Castle will be the sole holder on defense with the Super Shorty once the mid-season patch goes live. And hello, shots are fired in and out of kitchen and garage already. A couple of roamers here for Saeva Esports, and it's going to be halting progression just that little bit for our chickens, which is going to be to their detriment, of course, because they want to make sure they get the hatches open and get their vertical sightlines established as soon as possible. We actually have a Mozzie drone. I forget where exactly that was, and Heartless is in a bit of an interesting position, excuse me, on the mid stairs. Of course, on the lower half of the mid stairs, as on the upper half coming down is White Knight from the 2nd floor. Is the Jaeger going to get the Hibana? Ooh, sees him past, but there we go. He's going to be taken out, and that is the Jaeger, of course, off the board.
The C4 comes in as well, and that is going to claim the life of the Thermite this time around, and that's one less heart breacher that our chickens have now. And look at that Thermite breach being placed just beside. Yeah, he was almost about to detonate it, but just couldn't do that in time, only to lose his life. The second C4 being deployed as well, but not gonna claim anybody, not even damage done. Shadow is just gonna fall back after utilizing his C4, which they still have. Alright, I thought Mozzie still has the C4, as I was almost about to say it, but he's employing barbed wires for his utility, as that is what they need to prevent a possible rush. And Kai is just gonna pick. Wait a minute, why is Kai running the?
Oh no, is this the AUG?
Why?
Hold on.
Why aren't we seeing the
RK1,
DCSG,
come on, man. What's with the hate for the TCSG? It's gonna get a massive nerf. Come on, at least have some more fun with it. I would say this is the platform where you get to show off the fact that fun things are great things. As oh my goodness, that peak right there as the plant is going off from White Knight actually inside of Arsenal. That is, oh yeah, the plant is off now, and it is a very big situation right here for both teams. I am struggling to keep up right now. So, ooh.
Well, look at that White Knight trying to land his shots here, but not landing enough. He's going to take one, but will he get another? He's going to get down instead, and that is the last left defender, attacker rather, as I myself am getting confused on what's happening so fast. So many places to be at, and they're going to get the defuse done as well. Saeva Esports are going to secure this round.
Disable the bomb diffuser. Bomb defusing attempt failed. Defenders win.
Actually, I can see a couple of chats
I was
from the players saying
yeah,
that.
just about to say.
Yeah.
No swear words in the chat, guys. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, choice words can be saved for in conversations between ourselves, or maybe like a YouTube video if you're really daring, because YouTube these days is just weird. But they are still saying that it's like, oh hello, there's actually a disconnect, I believe. I can't see a player on the orange team.
There is indeed a disconnect coming on from the side of our chickens, as that is surely going to bite them in the back now, because they've already lost their opportunity to rehost, and now Saeva Esports are standing in a man advantage already before the round has begun. We'll be seeing them go onto the gym bedroom defense, as that is what they want to do. Look at that Super Shorty. add to the castle. I just love to see that, man. I think castle is going to be more than overpowered now with so many strategies that depend on castle so much, and another great gun on his secondary sidearm is just amazing. He can make those rotations, he can make so many lines of sight, as you're seeing him do exactly that.
Absolutely, and more than that is the fact that he needed this type of utility gun on his secondary slot, right? He has the UMP, he has the shotgun in his primary. Of course, nobody really plays the 1014, let's be real here. But by 1014, of course, I mean the FBI shotgun. The only one Ash doesn't have access to, which is a good thing. Couple of opinionated words here from me. Do excuse me, but you know, I feel strongly about this game. I can't help it, all right? But yes, as you were saying, the Super Shorty, a great inclusion to Castle's arsenal, and it's definitely helped him be a better pick in general. We've seen a lot more Castle players in and around standard Rainbow Six, not just the Pro League, of course.
He's already getting the
always
breeze
been there. Ooh.
Shazam on
Okay,
the other end. Look at that. The mute jammer is what is going to stop him. But Shazam has already made his way on site. Gets the third for himself this round. What is going on? Shazam has just allowed this entryway for Saeva Esports. Nobody's here to counter him, and he's going to get the fourth for himself. And that's the ace from Shazam. What are you doing? He gets it with the knife. A flawless round. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Shazam on the Nomad. What is going on? What is going on, Blackjack? Oh my god.
What was that Castle?
What?
What was Castle doing in there? What was Shazam doing? That rush
What?
he just runs in there.
What is going on?
What is even happening anymore? This game is just a game of who can pull out the most 200 IQ strats here, and that right there was over 9,000. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
It's gonna be difficult to top that one, let me tell you that.
Okay. I'm surely making highlights video after this game. I'm personally gonna sit all night and edit this video myself. Oh my god.
Well.
No. Castle was just chilling in his own zone. He was zoned out, man. He was like, alright, man. I don't care if my team is dead. I'm gonna be prone on the solo mattress of the bedroom. And I'm just gonna chill out here. That is what the Castle chose to do.
And well, we saw what ended up happening to him.
Oh my god.
As again, 5-5 the round equalize from Saeva Esports and our chickens, and that's just like, ooh boy, my I'm speechless right
What
here.
is going
Even
on
now.
I still cannot understand what happened in the last round. I'm still trying to break down why Shazam couldn't be stopped, and there's just no answer to my question there. It's straight up BS. I don't know.
You're actually thinking about the game, right? In my head, I just have laying down there, not caring at all, not a single care in the world.
Oh my god.
Is like, you know what? I do not want to look at that.
Oh no. It's been a while, man. I haven't had a good laugh. Thank you, both of you teams, man. Saeva Esports and our chickens.
Oh yeah. Big shout out to both.
Right, Heartless is going to drop Spy Boy very early into the match, and he's going to get another as well. That's 2 kills for him already, and that is going to put our chickens. I'm so sorry. I just cannot say a whole sentence without giggling a little in the middle, just by the history of the rounds that have been gone out. And look at that, White Knight is the only one that is going to stay alive for the side of our chickens now, and he's going to deploy the Claymore as Sai is going to get that frag onto his teammate who was almost about to secure the kill onto White Knight there. And
I think both of these teams are they're just like, what is this galaxy brain game we're watching here?
No. He's just gonna shoot the toaster for the moment. The jukebox still loud and clear for everybody, including White Knight himself. This could even be a possible clutch. I mean, the way Shazam played that out. A 1 versus 4. I would be a little. Oh, there you go. He's gonna give away his position. No, he's actually not. Oh, then the clutch. potential still stands if in. Oh, never mind. All right, I'm gonna take my words back.
He's gonna be
Yeah.
forced to give away his position anyway. Yep. As he breaks down the door into construction, he's gonna have to peek and probably be taken out.
All right.
There, but never
Heartless is
mind.
going to get taken out. The
Heartless.
head does get popped off by White Knight. He's also anticipating someone else playing in this construction area. Could he go for this peak? No, he's going to win that fight instead, and that'll be great. And finally ending things for our chickens, as we saw. And almost as we were spiraling down to that throw there with the Jaeger going for that white peak on the door, as Thermite was watching it. But finally, Saeva Esports are going to proceed to match point. Oh man, it has been such a long match that we are getting to witness here.
Oh yes, and it has definitely been a hot minute since we've seen any like progression from standard Rainbow Six. We've just been here watching goofy Rainbow Six for the last solid 10 minutes or so. And yeah, as now we are, of course, match point for Saeva Esports, and this is, of course, the round for all the marbles. This is the round that decides where this game goes from
Look at
this
those
point onwards.
frags.
If, my goodness, the frags for our chickens right there. And, oh, okay. There's a little bit of a server issue, ping issue. I'm not really sure what's going on there. White Knight seems to be really
Concerned about that
slightly
thing there, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how things turn out in this potential final round of this match. If only Saeva Esports decide to make things work for themselves, but then again, Shazam could just pop out of nowhere. Let's take a quick look at the scoreboard once again, as we'll be seeing White Knight with 12 frags, Shazam with 13, Spyboy with 7, and Escanor with 4. Escanor, he's been a little on the downside of his map. He's been playing support a lot.
I think he's at a bad day.
It only makes sense. Your support ops should not be fragging more. Shadow with 8 frags and 6 assists is what is going to put him on top of the scoreboard there, while Heartless on 10 frags for himself, and Creighton doing a lot of work in terms of leveling out man count. Will be dropping 12 kills of his own so far in this 11 round match that we're getting to see and proceeding into this 12th round here.
In the meanwhile, 12th round, of course, as this is, again, for all the marbles, it can't really be overstated how important this one round is for both these teams. Saeva wants to win this and get ahead to getting into the divisions, whereas our chickens want to keep themselves alive. As this is a blue push, a couple operators go down from this push in blue, and it is going to be a situation that our chickens, Saeva are going to have to deal with, as they are already down a couple players. Oh, dear me.
Heartless is actually going to be on a mission here. He's making this flank happen, but does he get spotted out? Not yet. While Creighton on side, he's going to keep things alive for Saeva Esports. He's just going to fall back. He doesn't want to overextend his peak here, but Ash is already on site. She's going to get Creighton. That is the Mossy down, and that is the church control given away to the attackers as well. Now it's all down to who goes for the plant here. White Knight is going to be the planter, while Spyboy is providing cover for his teammate. One gets dropped as well, and that's all down to Heartless now in a 1 versus 3 clutch. Spyboy is surely on low HP, but can he make these 3 frags happen? He's going to get one. He's still got to find 2 more. And get this peek here. Not entirely sure where these attackers are stationed. He's going to find the Ash. He's going to tag the Ash as well. They're still worried about these 2 defenders on the side of the attack here. Not entirely sure if the last one has been dropped already. Oh, he's going to get thrown in. He's not going to get noticed by the IQ here. Could this just be the play? Yes, he does. He's going to be on a double killing spree here. This could just be the play that we needed. Escanor is going to be on the other side of the map. He's trying to make sure he gets that kill, but no, Heartless is going to get that instead. And but he doesn't know where the diffuser has gone down, and that is what is going to cost them that round. And Saeva Esports have won this match. Our chickens rather have won this round. And we are going to see overtime come into this match here. I was so confused there for a second. I almost thought Saeva Esports won that. I almost forgot Heartless is playing on the side of Saeva Esports there. A little too excited. Oh my god.
Yes,
overtime. First overtime match.
We are going to
First overtime match.
Yes, first overtime match of the stream here. And this is going to be very exciting. We are here clicking our fingers, ready and waiting to watch how both these teams go about. This is, of course, the first 2.
he thrown from the motor door to the church black boxes. Like, That was a really long military training prone that he did there. Like, I wouldn't have that patience myself, man. I would rather just lose a round. That was really,
I mean-
that was really some hard work that we saw him do.
And speaking of doing things that you really don't see, we have a cap can
All right.
by creating. I know a certain someone from my own, like the Seeds, the friendship group that I have on Discord. I have a certain someone who is eerily susceptible to cap can traps. You have no idea, dude. He goes down in almost every match to at least one of them. It's like we're in drone phase and we see, oh, there's a cap can. It's like, hey, there's a cap can, by the way. We have to warn him every time, and he still gets blown up. I know he's watching. That's why I'm making sure to point it out. I know he's watching because I love pointing this out to him because
Wait,
he hates it.
is it a he or a she? Because I know she is watching. All right, it's a he. All right, all right then. Then I don't know who that is. Anyways,
It's a dude, yeah,
we will be coming back to this round here, and it's overtime. Oh, very interestingly, and this is not the match I was expecting it to go to overtime. With Saeva Esports having so many matches that they've done here today, and you know, when you play so many matches, you just get fired up to take more gunfights. You just get fired up to win the upcoming matches better. You have that momentum going for you once, and it just doesn't stop. But it looks like Saeva Esports are a little exhausted and playing all those matches that they had today. We saw them in the last stream as well, and let us see who proceeds to the finals. That'll come out from the decider of these two teams here. I'm seeing Heartless still being a little too vigilant on where that push is coming in from. They don't want to let Shazam take all that advantage early like we saw him do last round. The Bandit does get spotted out. No, there's no Bandit actually. Bandit batteries will get spotted out. But we're seeing Thermite go for this breach here. He's ready only for the calls to be made by his teammates here. The moment that happens, he's going to go for the breach. Standard stuff coming out from the side of our chickens, and suddenly we are back to a little more strategic and methodical play from both these teams here. Nobody's want to overextending this as it's overtime now at this point, and we've got to make sure that.
Oh, okay. Thermite over here seems to be focused on opening construction. No, I don't think he is going to. He just went there, put down his thing, took it back off, and now he's going back. Well, of course, he's on the roof. We can't really see where he is right now. But that is besides the point. The electrical, I believe, has been taken off the main wall. And Zofia is still playing below. That is, of course, the hatch in construction, making sure that any jump outs potentially are stopped. And IQ trying to take out a little bit more gadget, but is going to be hitting a lot of the beams, which is just straight up unfortunate. You know, you need to position yourself a little bit better there. And yeah, as everything is still happening and yet nothing at the same time, our chickens really haven't made our chickens, they really haven't made a concentrated push in towards site, and this is not really going the way you think it would, because they're still not even close. We do have IQ in the lounge by the red stairs. That is, of course, the closest anyone seems
Is
to.
that the Kai charge on this end of the map? Yeah, that is. Could have just gotten that from below. I'm not sure why the IQ did not choose to do that, but look at that. Kai dropping the head of Escanaut, and that is going to be Thermite dispatch already. Seeing the construction push coming in from the side of our chickens as well. Shazan is going to get one, and White Knight on the other, while Fiber on the other end is going to get another. This is just a fury of kills for the side of our chickens, as they have already made their way inside sight now. Kai is going to be stationed down below, and that is a diffuser drop. He's going to get one, almost getting the other one as well. Sainaga on the other end on the side. He's going to keep things alive for his team, turning it into a 2 versus 1. And finally, Saeva Esports are going to proceed to match point once again against our chickens here. Where's the last guy of our chickens?
I don't even know. After that disconnect happened, I don't think he hasn't, I don't think he's come back yet.
No.
They say he can't join back.
We will be going for a rehost then in that case, as the last man cannot job is just a technical issue coming from the side of the game here. So we will be going for a rehost. Well, yeah, let me just ask them.
Of course, it depends on what the players feel, you know. Given the fact that it is already overtime match point, may or may not. Okay, Askanar says rehost, Heartless says no.
That is from Saeva, so.
Yeah.
All right.
Saeva
Yeah,
saying
so
no,
Saeva obviously doesn't want to rehost because Yeah, they're sitting on match point there.
I mean, who would want to?
We will be
Yeah.
taking a short break as we don't want the teams to feel that because of the side of technical issues they got stopped from displaying their full potential, obviously. So we'll be going for a rehearse quickly and we'll be right back. Just hang in there, guys, as this match is already getting very exciting.
Most certainly.
The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance.
And with that, we are, of course, back, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. We are here on overtime match point in favor.
We have yet again a disconnect from
oh my
RC despite the rehost.
One.
I am just, I just physically put my headphones on the table and walked up to my kitchen and came back. What is going on, our chickens? Come on. We had the rehost done for you.
Come on, man.
And then what happened in the back end of the
We had
rehost?
to do one
Yeah,
for
we had to do
Saeva.
one more for the Saeva. And now we're back again with RC still
And
lacking
yeah,
a player. We should have just gone ahead with the game, man.
This has been a long game.
Dude,
And I'm gonna level with you. I've had fun for every single second of it.
the meme content that we're getting here, man.
Oh yeah, this is literally a show match. This isn't even like last leg qualifier game. No. This right here has just turned into a show match.
No. This is. I'm marking this as one of the most memorable matches I've ever casted,
Absolutely.
and I'm so glad that I'm getting to share this experience with you.
Oh, same here. Same here. Absolutely glad to be able to share an experience of this level.
Oh my god.
As we are finally here on overtime match point, of course. Saeva Esports, they just need one more to win. Our chickens need one to just even it out. Who knows what kind of galaxy brain strats they're going to be bringing out next. And that is what has me real hyped over here. It's not even about the fact that one of these teams is going to be progressing into the next stage. No. It's just I want to see what kind of insane over 9,000 strats these guys bring out. Oh
man.
It has just been one after the other with these guys, and I have loved every single second of it.
Quite the time that we've taken to complete this one match, I'll be very honest, and we are seeing Maverick make a peak hole. Is that what he's trying to do?
What is he even doing?
He is
I want to know.
doing something that has surely gotten the thermite, getting that breach done. And
Nope, guess not.
Alright.
Kaid has done it. He has successfully electroclaw tricked a wall. Oh my. Alright, that is going to be frustrating for Shadow over there. But all three of them just
Why is
sitting out
everybody
there.
staring at that hole? Why is everyone looking at it is the real question.
What is happening? Oh, and that's a C4. How did that not blow thermite
I think that
away?
was
I'm
in
very
the
curious.
more on the other end of the breach there. Yeah.
Probably. Well, the splash damage probably didn't reflect properly, which probably happened because of the C4 being too far inside. But anyway, little distractions here and there aside. Breach, the main breach, of course, has happened. Shadow has done his job, and so has RK1, excuse me. As where is everybody else? Because I can only see Thermite and Maverick. And of course, Zofia we can see is outside construction right there. That is a position she's holding down and going to be pushing through very soon, probably. Actually, no, never mind. She's down on the first floor, going to be pushing garage as the garage wall has been opened. IQ is also out there. The Doc inside of Catwalk is going to be waiting for that push to come his way. And of course, Thermite out here is going to be seeing the pings coming out. He's not going to take a shot just yet, but Doc has taken a little bit of damage in the meanwhile. IQ is already inside of garage, right below Doc in the Catwalk, and Sai is gearing up for a push up the stairs. He's going to take some shots and has a Goom animation. He's going to be careful of that as the Doc goes down, and unfortunately, it looks like our chickens are going to be pushed well and truly on the back foot here. And, whoa, okay. It is now a 4v2 situation. The plant has gone off as Heartless is going to take down Escanor. And now it is all up to Hydrogen, who will be taken down as well inside of Garage, as Creatin will take the last kill of this match. And finally, the Galaxy Brain game, as I'm going to be dubbing this one, has finally finished. And it is Saeva who have come out the victors.
Well, that does mark the end of that match. Quite a long match that we got to witness, as I'm awaiting further instructions from the backend team on what exactly are we going to do. Knowing that there's a blackout happening at 9 o'clock, I don't want the players as well as the stream to be a little choppy there that we suddenly go offline, you know, we're gonna have to make sure that it all goes down smoothly. So I'm just gonna play some chill music for you guys to enjoy and take a quick look at the brackets that I've won so far. And we'll be coming back with the finals of this bracket as Saeva Esports are gonna be playing in that. Let us see who is going to face them off in that finals match. This is me, Foxtrot, and joining me is Blackjack. We'll be back in just a while.
I wanna be reckless. I know that you feel
Alrighty then, hello and everybody, and welcome back to the WD Black D Esports Club League in association with ACD Fibernet, Zotac Gaming, and Games the Shop. I am your host, Blackjack, joined once again by Foxy, as we are back for the 9th place finals match. 9th place, of course, that will be in the Division 3. Whoever wins this match takes that 9th spot, and the other team, unfortunately, is going to have to wait until next month to try again in Season 2. So, Foxy, how excited are you for this match?
I'm very excited as the stakes are very high for both these teams. They have dueled their way across so many teams to make their way here in this, I would say, the last phase of the qualifiers. And in the last match, this match will be ending officially our entire qualification process, as we'll be having all teams for all our divisions. What do you think is going to happen here? Who do you think is going to reclaim that final spot in the Division 3 for Rainbow Six Siege TEC Cup here? What do you think is going to happen?
It's definitely about to be a very exciting game, and both of these teams have shown us time and time again why they are some of the best that we've seen from the community. And, well, so to speak, I wouldn't really make too much of a bet. Like, if I were a betting man, I would probably say maybe Shining Heroes could take it, but on the other hand, part of me says that Saeva might also take it. So who knows? It's going to be a very, very interesting game coming right up. As we are done with the band phase, of course, Thatcher, Montaigne, Echo, and Mira. Very standard bands. We see these bands pretty much all the time, everywhere. So not really much to add on to that, as we see an Ash, Buck, Thermite, Zofia, and Nomad being brought in on the side of Shining Heroes, as Saeva are going to go for the Castle, Wamai, Jaeger, Smoke. As I say Castle, he switched out for Pulse. So Pulse, Wamai, Jaeger, Smoke, and Maestro on the 2F console defense.
Not entirely sure why that Mira ban has come into place here. Did you get to notice who banned the Mira?
Defenders, protect your
Not particularly.
Let me just ask,
quite
who
paying attention there.
banned Mira? There you go. See? So, the reason I asked that is because Mira is not entirely influential on this map. I mean, there's hardly any sides that you can play Mira on. There's not much that Mira can do, and even if you put her on admin, you put her on connector, there's tons of ways that you can get that Mira window out. So I don't really think it's an influential ban coming from the side of Saeva Esports. Well, we'll be seeing Heartless make a quite it's quite a standard setup from the side of Saeva Esports. We'll be seeing Shadow run the Pulse this time around, as we saw him bring that 6-pick in from the castle. On the side of Shining Heroes, though, we've got Soft Breach being offered by OG Dragon, AK Maras. Will be on the Zofia. Doctor with the IQ, making sure that his electronic detector is going to take out all of that utility that the opponents are offering. We'll be getting that default cam off first. As John One Tap, that is going to be Yondu. If you don't know his other account's name here, that is Yondu,
okay.
John One Tap.
So we're doing this again. The names
always get to us. We're seeing a pre-fast being made here, and Heartless is going to lose a lot of HP in that gunfight that he tried to take on towards the admin push that Shining Heroes are on their way to be making it. And look at that, everybody's just peeking the same hallway. That somebody on the flank could just take all of them off here. Seeing the IQ, making sure that there's no flank, or rather, there's just no peaks coming in from the connector window, that as she's trying to make her presence being felt on balcony and make that her home. For the while, she's also got the Claymore with herself. Let us take a look if she has or not. I'm not entirely sure if she does. No, she doesn't.
No, that's
she has the
recharges.
recharges.
Right,
So the Nomad charge is what is going to help her stay alive in this duel that she'll be taking against the Maestro. No aggression will be coming out from Maestro though, but he's going to get dispatched as I speak about it. A quick headshot from Doctor is what is going to dispatch the Maestro so far. Seeing the flank coming in from the Pulse is so far away that he cannot even use the C4 to drop one kill onto these Visa hallway here. That will be onto the admin. Seeing a 5-stack push into beating, and the plant is already going down. I'm not sure if the smoke is entirely aware of it. He does hear the audio cue rather, but the smoke will be misplaced.
That canister is not going to be effective.
Heartless meanwhile is going to get AK Maharaj on his flank, but it gets taken out right back, and the plant is now going down. And it has successfully. The Pulse is ready for the C4, but he's a little too hesitant to pull his C4 out, and that is going to leave him and only him on the side of Saeva Esports to clutch it out in a 1 versus 4 post-plant situation. 25 seconds left on the board now. He notices that there's somebody already watching the spiral flank, but so is the Visa flank being watched, and Shining Heroes are going to win round 1.
Quite the push right there from Shining Heroes, and very well done to take the first round in their favor immediately off the bat, putting Saeva on the back foot. Well done. That was actually a good intel drone push. You know, they droned each other out, made sure admin was clear, got got the Maestro inside the side. That was actually a very influential kill because, of course, the Evil Eyes would have had something to say about the plant going down inside the meeting. So taking out Maestro early in the play was also part of the plan. And once the plant went down, it was basically game, set, round, set, and match for Shining Heroes. Now, we're going to be seeing the Goyo brought out from Creatin this time and back at the console office hold. We do still have the pulse that is Shadow, of course. He's going to have to be a little bit quicker on that C4 this time around if he wants to make sure that even if it is a post-plant situation, that he gets at least one, maybe ideally two, with that C4 of his. But he's going to have to be a little quicker about it. You know, last round, touch slow, you know, didn't really do much with it. And unfortunately was taken out on that Visa Stairs flank, which... let's be real here, he didn't really stand much of a chance. All the flanks were being watched by vigilant attackers as the TCSG being brought up by Creedon. The Heartless has a little bit of damage to his name, unfortunately. Don't really know where that mishap happened, but 80 HP shouldn't really be much of a problem for him. At least I would hope so. And
for everybody who's joining us right now in the chat, I just want everybody to know that this is indeed the finals of the qualifiers, and this is the last match that we'll be getting to see in the qualifiers group stage. As after this, everything that you'll be seeing will be inside the division matches, as division 1 and 2 and 3 are already determined, while the 9th spot is going to be claimed by whoever is the victor of this match. And from the looks of it, Saeva Esports are a little too tired from playing so many matches today, but Shining Heroes have been playing equally the same number of matches there, and so this must be a fair chance for both these teams to make sure that they get those frags in, get the rounds in, and eventually seal the deal for the side of Saeva Esports. But I know the players of Shining Heroes personally have been all right. Look at that, Harless gets dropped so early into the round, and that is Dr. Stoner doing a lot of damage for the side of Saeva Esports. And coming back to what I was saying, Shining Heroes have gotten the chance to even influence the gameplay that so many times, as we were practically neighbors at some point in my life, and that was during my college days. So I would just head on to their apartment and just sit and play some Siege with them. So I know what kind of players these are, and judging by how Saeva Esports been performing so far, I think Shining Heroes have a fairly better chance of winning against Saeva Esports. But only time can tell what will happen. I mean, this is Siege once again, so it all comes down to what kind of plays you make when it comes towards the end of the round there. And Zofia dispatching that Goyo shield is going to matter a lot, for that hallway control is being given away, as now the Goyo cannot take any more of those free peeks that he would love to. We're still seeing the IQ stationed here outside of the balcony onto meeting here. He's got to make sure he has to convert 2 frags, and there is a smoke on the A side as well as the Maestro onto connector. Maestro obviously taking a lot of time to make sure he gets that LMG mounted and reloaded. Rather, that is not what I wanted to say. just a little Easter egg there for everybody. Seeing Doctor still holding this strong. Oh, look at that. He goes on his drone and his camera just shifts to it. We are seeing Maestro being a little too aggressive here. He could get punished for that little mistake that he's trying to make here. And look at that. Pre-fires are coming in, and OG Dragon landing his shots onto the head of the Maestro. He's just going to make this push happen, and that's double kill for him this round. He's going to be the planter as well. That's a frag and planter all in one from the side of this captain and IGL of this team. But will the Pulse rip out his C4? Yes, he will. Does it connect? Yes, it does, but it's a little too late for the defensive team, as now it's once again all around to the Pulse to clutch it out for his team. He's moving up spiral, does notice the attacker, but it won't matter, as AK Maharaj is going to be the one to collect on that kill, and Shining Heroes prevail on round 2 as well. Just like I said, a fairly better team is Shining Heroes here. I'm just stating facts here. I don't mean any disrespect to Saeva Esports. It's just that they have way too much experience on this game, and that is what is showing. Every time they at least have 4 members left on attack, and we are only 2 rounds past. Still, It's not a huge advantage taken away from Saeva, but surely Saeva are going to have to change something up in their defense, and that is exactly what we'll see them do. Garage and Cafeteria is going to be the trusted side for them, as 2 rounds on top just did not work out for Saeva Esports. Doctor will be picking onto Kali. All right. We are seeing the first Kali player.
Yes, I think that is. Oh, as Dr. Stoneheart has an unfortunate disconnect. Those seem to be a bit rampant today. I'm not really sure why. But one of the two doctors in the team.
I think we've got to blame Modi for that.
well,
Maybe.
Well, all right, a bit direct with that one. I appreciate that. But you know, who knows why exactly? It could probably be the blackout that is somehow still happening out there. You know,
Right.
yeah, like I can hear people bursting firecrackers. I'm surprised.
Happy Diwali,
surprised
chat.
they're not
Happy
at the same
Diwali,
time.
everybody who's here joining us from their
actually,
homes.
yes. Happy Diwali, to
Happy
everybody.
Diwali, everybody. We'll be seeing a potential 3 versus 5 here, because I don't really think Kali can do a lot of damage. Given that in competitive play, not really a play that she can make, but then again, I recently saw this match. I think I already told you about this. It was FaZe Clan versus MIBR. And cameraman from FaZe Clan was on Kali, and he clutched a 1 versus 3 on Theme Park, and that was just amazing to watch. I mean, if it can happen on that level, it surely can happen on this level as well, as we are not undermining any of our players here. Cretin is going to be the Kaid here in play. He's not entirely sure.
That's an interesting electric law.
That purpose.
Just gonna do the barbed wire there. Okay.
claw
The
is
pest
serving.
is somehow alive in the midst of all that. Oh dear. Ooh, that's one of Kali's lances attempting to take out the electric law. But I don't think she knows the fact that there's another one being put in, and that will take one of the thermite brimstones out as another lance comes up from Kali. She's gonna have to throw another one if she has to stop this. And wait a minute, I think there's a grenade. No, never mind. The grenade didn't get the electric law. And unfortunate for Thermite, as I believe he's been completely denied. Can we just shift over to him real quick?
That is true. That denial from the side of Saeva Esports was perfect. Cretin doing exactly what Kaid should be doing. A really good movement on the side of Kali here, while Heartless is going to drop AK Maharaj, and that's going to be an important frag for their team, as that is the Zofia down. That's one less gun that you can use, and knowing how powerful of the gun that is going to be a bummer for the side of Shining Heroes for sure. OG Dragon making his way up on the spiral stairs here, or rather making his way downstairs. He's going to make sure he's got to convert on the skill, possibly spotting that Jaeger, but not fast enough to flick on him.
No.
He's going to get dispatched. That's a double kill for the Jaeger this time around, and Doctor still being the Kali that he needs, but the call does come in, and Doctor is going to get a shot onto Heartless. Pre-fires from the Maestro are in place as well. But he tries to land a shot, but he won against the Alder. He's just going to win that. It's all down to John one tap now as Yondu. Everybody knows his name here. Quick revive. Not entirely sure why he should flash himself for the revive.
Oh, dear me.
But
He's
yeah,
flashed both
it's
of
that saying, is the cat shut its eyes and thought that the world can't see him. Mozzie is going to be on a very influential flank here. This could just change the game. Sinaga is going to get Doctor. It's all down to the Thermite on John one tap to make things happen for his team, but it's a triple take and nothing he can do at this point. And Saeva Esports are going to win round 3, and we'll be proceeding to our rehost.
I'm pretty sure what that Thermite was thinking right there when he flashed both himself and Kali was, if we can't see us, they can't see us.
Oh, yeah.
The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until complexity. You discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD Black D Sports League. We are back here in this final match of the qualifiers between Saeva Esports and Shining Heroes. Shining Heroes, of course, on the attack, have a 2-1 lead, and the last round was won by Saeva Esports on the garage with a well held defense and an unfortunate disconnect happening from Shining Heroes' end. But that has, of course, been rectified as we are now back post rehost. And we're going to, of course, as we see, we're going to be going back to console office as a six pick from Psy happens on to the mute, and the capital is switched out for IQ. I am your host, Blackjack, and of course, I am joined by Foxtrot once again. Foxtrot. So, post rehost, what do you think? Both teams had a little bit of time to coordinate themselves a little better. How do you think this match is about to go?
Just like you said, they could have used that for a strategic timeout for themselves, but I think Saeva Esports has got to get their composure back, as we saw them win that last round. It was all onto frags because of that disconnection happening, and we even saw Shining Heroes go for a unconventional operator pick that was Kali. That's just one less excuse me, one less gun in the hands of your attackers there. So for some reason there's people bursting firecrackers here. I mean, that's just distracting me from the casting. And anyways, we'll just focus on what's going on in the match here, as Sainugo is going to be placing his mute jammers down. I'm going to make sure that all of that intel is being denied from the side of Saeva Esports towards Shining Heroes. Kraton is going to be running the Valkyrie as well, so a very interesting pick coming from them, as they're having an intel denial as well as intel gathering operator on there. And meanwhile, Doctor will be running the IQ, so we're going to see those Valkyrie cams. They're bound to get spot out eventually, but it only depends on how good the IQ is going to use her skills. Meanwhile, John One Tap is going to be the one manning the single heart breacher role on the side of Shining Heroes, as looks like this time around they are going for a console office push and not an admin push like we saw them make in the past rounds here, and that has surely put a lot of investment of the attacker's defender's utility, excuse me, on the other side. But this time around they've still got a lot on yellow stairs as well, so it looks like the defense is equally prepared to make sure that this push from the attack on yellow stairs is stopped, as it is very crucial for an attacker to gain control on yellow stairs just so you can make the attack happen on console. We're seeing AK Maharaj getting those barricades open. It's watching for a run out in case there is one. Zofia, we're taking the speaker any moment now.
Well, the connector window is opened by the Nomad as well. That is another upside down repel coming out from Dr. Stoneheart right there. As this, of course, is going to be just this push that they've made so far is, of course, just used to catch anyone off guard. As a C4 comes up from the mute, that is going to take down Stoneheart to half HP, as more peaks are being made from the double window in console as well. I believe, as OG Dragon is actually going to take down Heartless in the meanwhile. That is the Ella of the board. And Sai with the SMG-11. Unfortunately, you're not going to see the head of the Nomad peek out. And that is a 5v3 in favor of Shining Heroes already. Saeva Esports not able to quite catch on as to how close Shining Heroes have already come through. And with that double rappel outside of the main site, and for my peeking bathroom, unfortunately, going to be taken out as Creighton is going to take down OG Dragon. Will be taken down by Doctor in the meanwhile, and it's all up to RK1 on the smoke. He has his SMG-11 out, trained on that window. He's going to be making sure he's not going to get peeked, but as he tries to rotate just inside of the meeting, he's going to be taken out from John One Tap inside of console. With that, Shining Heroes take their third round, moving up to a 3-1 lead.
That's definitely a good lead coming from the side of Shining Heroes there. What do you think is the change that Saeva Esports needs at this moment, apart from the lobby and press room that they'll be attempting to play here? What do you think is Saeva Esports lacking that Shining Heroes are just better at this moment?
Well, one thing that I would say that Saeva Esports has an unfortunate knack of, at least as far as I can see from the 3 times they've gone to console and failed, is the fact that whenever they get traded out, or like when one of the roamers or anybody in one of them gets taken out early, they can't really or don't seem to be able to refrag onto the attackers to balance out or even get an advantage. They're being a bit passive, that is for sure. and they need to be, I would say, not just a bit passive, quite a bit passive, a bit too passive. And they need to be a little bit more aggressive with their plays. This time bringing in the Goyo, of course. He's going to help with that aggressive play that I'm seeing here. Well, okay, then. Double shield on the main door. Don't know how well that one's going to go. But it might just be the play they're looking for. Double Evil Eye on the main door as well. I think that as Sai just put that down there, which is interesting. I don't really know what kind of hold they're going for here. It's got me a little bamboozled in my own
That's
head.
a lot
But
of
they
gardening
definitely
being done
need
by
to-
the smoke here. Look at that. He's
wow.
actually
He
cleared.
really doesn't want any
Yeah,
drones to
look
hide
at
in
that.
there.
Look at what he's done there.
He's cleared out the whole thing.
Oh,
Oh wow.
that was some time invested, I would say. Saeva Esports. All right.
RK1 just yeah. I think RK1 might have a future in gardening sometime around. Who knows, man?
I mean,
Who
yeah,
knows?
for sure. Right, we will be seeing Saeva Esports, just like you said, they're not taking enough fights, getting that early advantage like we saw them do in that one round that they won against Shining Heroes. Seeing Shining Heroes once again have a little bit of a scattered placement of their attacking team here, but they've still got choke points established, and they're making sure that the push and whatever it may be that is coming in from their side is just well coordinated. Seeing the Maestro prone on the side of the piano window here. This could just be the play that he needs to make, as I think Shining Heroes are getting ready for a rappel game outside of this piano window. A possible run-in as well. You could see them make. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Doctor has already made his way inside Zulu. And marks are coming in, and so is the E1D. As that wall does get popped, and he just notices the Goyo. I'm not entirely sure if he did so. Now his position is given away as that vector spray does come in. AK Maharaj is going to able to find one. He's going to blow the Goyo shield for the moment. Heartless is going to find OG Dragon. Meanwhile, on the other end of the map here, Doctor not want to overextending his peak here. He does hear that C4 rip, but gets taken out, and that is AK Maharaj finally establishing control over piano. John One Tap being the planter, he's going to come in as well, and now the planter is going down. The Maestro cam is surely not going to matter, as Maestro is being dispatched already. Doctor making sure that the yellow peak is coming in for him as well, and that is a triple kill for AK Maharaj this round. And Creighton and Heartless are the only ones alive. The fraggers for the team to make this, stop this push rather, from the side of Shining Heroes. He does spot the thermite outside, but he's going to lose that gunfight rather, excuse me. Creighton meanwhile gets one, but only to get found by AK Maharaj. Bullet on the other end. And that was a squad kill for AK Maharaj in that round there. Oh, nice shot there.
Ooh, well done. Probably heard him coming through and just pre-fired the door, and Valkyrie just runs into the line of fire. And unfortunately, with that, Shining Heroes are up 4-1. They have been consistent. They've pushed site hard, especially this lobby push that they just did right now, coming in from the windows and from Zulu around the back. It was well done, well coordinated, and again, Saeva just not picking the fights that they could win and want to win, instead being found and taken out by one by Shining Heroes, which is really not what you want to do in the sort of situation that these teams have found themselves in, playing for the 9th spot of the 3rd division, as a Lion has been 6-picked in for a buck of all things. Don't know what Shining Heroes are thinking there, as the site is, I believe, Garage once again, that has been open for selection for the defending team. A Caveira coming out by Heartless right there too. So some interesting choices being made on both sides. Kali being played by Doctor as well. So, okay, let me list this off here. A Lion, 6-pick in for Buck, a Kali, and a Cav. I can still see Cav being a thing because she is, of course, an absolute terror when played in the right hands. Lion, it's a hit or miss in a site like this, because you would want more vertical play to be established. Of course, there will be breach charges being run as well, and Thermite's there. If they can't open wall, there's also open hatches, all that stuff. But the Kali, I am not too certain. Of course, you mentioned that ESL game where the Kali made a 1v3 comeback very well with her CZ and all, with her main gun and CZ and all that. But I just can't see it happening here for whatever reason.
A possible run-in from this breach is what we're going to see, and that is exactly, I think, why the line is being employed from the side of Shining Heroes. There's only 2 people on site. This could just turn out perfectly well for them. There's no denial coming in from the side of Saeva Esports as well, just like we saw that happen in the last round that they got victory over when they went to Garage. But just because you said Lion is a hit or miss, but I guess they never miss, huh? We are seeing them almost going for this bush here. They're still a little hesitant to make it happen, and there you go, it does come in finally. Dr. Stoner is going to drop one. That Sino got his patch. Legion is going to get one onto the white stairs, but only to be refragged by OG Dragon. He's made his way inside sight here. The Cavera is making her way back as well. Cafeteria is what she's going to drop at, but smoke drops from the hatch and gets taken out. OG Dragon is going to find the head of the Cavera, and it's all down to Shadow with the Mozzie to clutch it out in a post plan 1 versus 4. But where is Shadow? He's going to be on top of this yellow stage here, and looks like there's nothing he can do at this point. And
should be taken out.
Oh, right, he's going to land his shots there onto the Kali, but for how long? Only to get refragged by the Zofia as Shining Heroes sit one potential win away from match point.
Well, at this point, they're completely taking the mickey out of this one because this garage hold was certainly unconventional, to say the least, from Saeva Esports. And, well, I guess the line definitely didn't miss this time around. As we go into roll swap, excuse me, 5-1 in favor of Shining Heroes. They sit 1 round away from match point, and it's going to be interesting to see. Okay, RK1's going to have to 6-pick that one out there, as he has clarified that is a 6-pick. So unfortunately, of course, due to ESL rules, we won't be seeing the new Opsiana and Oryx of Void Edge in this season of Rainbow Six Siege. We're going to see them from season 2 onwards, because of course the season the Ops are released in is of course given they're banned from Pro League and all of the ESL games because you wanna take time, get strats up, see if they're viable. I'm especially excited to see Oryx in future come into pro games. I feel like he's gonna be like a Cav, rare. But
I agree,
totally
agree. I was almost about to say Cav, but you were a little faster than me unmuting my mic button.
Well, I mean, great minds think alike. Let's be real here. Anyway, now that the roll swap has happened, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of attack Saeva Esports brings up. Are they going to do something similar to Shining Heroes and stack up on their pushes to completely dominate on top of Saeva? Saeva trying to dominate Shining Heroes. That is what I was trying to say there. A little lost. As a Valkyrie cam in a pretty good spot there from Valkyrie. Pretty obvious, but pretty good spot. I mean, if anybody repels a Valkyrie, that one's gone. We also have a mute along with the dock. As Valkyrie goes for a round, but won't be seeing anybody on the west side of the map because everybody has already gone for that repel. She's, of course, back on that camp, and she sees someone. She's going to go for that run out. Is she going to get the headshot? Yes, she is! Creating goes down to the Doctor. Doctor is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Shining Heroes get their first kill as the Nomad of all operators has been taken off the board nice and early into the round. Big kill right there. And admin is also being somewhat held by Legion from just in hallway here, as I think those are shots from inside a skylight. This hold from the defender is actually pretty good. They don't really have to move a whole lot. They have plenty of cover, and in the meanwhile, they're holding down their areas perfectly, as Dr. Stoneheart is going to take down Heartless as well. That is the Zofia.
Was that a shot on the
off the board?
Yeah.
I think that was.
That would have been a crazy shot that we missed on the stream here. But anyways, Dr. Stoneheart must have felt good dropping that kill there, as looks like Shining Heroes are getting up to make sure that they make this advancement onto the match point here. We're seeing RK1's umpire, as I can hear his AR shoot a little bullet. They're making sure he's getting that barricade open. Meanwhile, OG Dragon is going to drop another kill of his own, while both the attackers are also busy gaining intel on site, as all 5 defenders still stay alive. As it's just going to be a very unfortunate attack if they do not establish crossfires on this one. RK1's umpire is going to make his way up in this circular desk here, as we like to call it. He's going to see for any strays that are trying to run around the connector and the meeting. But look at that, that is going to be the Doctor spotting out Zompire, and he's going to confirm the kill, as well as Shadow is stationed way outside the map and really far away from his teammate to even try and help him. And that's just a bad positioning coming up from the side of Saeva Esports, and that is exactly what has been costing them so far all of these rounds. And Shining Heroes just 30 seconds away from securing this victory over and go to match point, and looks like the Deagle is in play here. Trying to land those one taps. Can he land it? Oh no, he won't. Doctor is going to get taken out by Shadow. Dodging all of those one taps from the Deagle as Doctor tries to meme over the Thermite.
Well, unfortunately, this isn't the golden gun game mode, Doctor. Sorry about that.
We're seeing flashbangs come out.
You know, we had a lot of fun.
Oh yes, that was surely fun. Look at that. Peek from the SMG-11 once again. That will be the mute if I'm not wrong. Trying to make his plays here, but the shotgun for some reason in his hand.
Ooh.
Shadow gets a triple kill, but for what? Nothing, as Shining Heroes are going to proceed to match point, and it has been quite a showdown for the side of Shining Heroes this time around.
Absolutely, and it all began with, in this round, it all began with that run up from Doctor on the balcony. He actually made a run up. First, he tried it once, and then he didn't see anybody, went back in. And then he saw somebody on the camera and was like, you know what, I'm going to do this again. And he went back out and got that kill. And there was a Nomad of all people missing his shots onto the Valkyrie, which really, really cost him quite a bit.
But we're seeing Shining Heroes go on to defense on the second round now, as that will be onto Garage and Cafeteria. A very good side to defend on, if you ask me. Making sure that all of that works, and cohesion is what Shining Heroes' top priority should be right now, because it doesn't really look like that the attacking team, that is Saeva Esports, have been able to do much more damage to the side of Shining Heroes. 6-1 is not the ratio you would want to look at, especially in the finals of these brackets here.
It's most certainly a bit of an anticlimactic game so far, unfortunately. Saeva Esports just doesn't seem to have the answer to the questions being raised by Shining Esports. And after everything is said and done, this is something I saw, in Invitational a couple of years ago. I believe it was the first time Team Empire won Invitationals over G2. And what happened, I remember what happened. It was an infinite overtime. Where Empire finally won, and then the second game they completely steamrolled G2, which was like, it's something similar that's happening here. The game before this one was great. It was funny. It was tactical. It was Rainbow Six at its finest, and then this one unfortunately has just been a little bit lackluster to say the least. Unfortunate, but sometimes things just don't happen the way you want it to. And we're just going to have to deal with it in due time. And a double breach happening.
Look at that. There's nobody on site, actually. There's only the smoke. He's alone. Where's the rest of the team of Shining Heroes?
Everybody's on first and second floor. What is this?
Just, I have no idea what Shining Heroes are doing at this moment. This could just be the throw that Saeva Esports needs to capitalize on. Seeing John one tap. Very strong on this shield here. He's going to be holding this really tight angle, and I really like the changes that Ubisoft has brought to the shields since the last few patches, if I'm not wrong, and it's just been amazing. Seeing John one tap, hearing those barbed wires getting taken off onto the yellow stairs. I'm not entirely sure why Saeva is not pushing into the side yet, and they will make that push happen. The Hibana does get spotted out, but the SMG-11 and the hipfire is not something you want to take a fight at. Look at that. The push is happening, and they've already made their way inside site. Now they've got to make sure that these roamers do a little bit of work from off-site. Plant is going down as well, but where is the presence being felt on Piano? Nothing from the side of Shining Heroes, and that is what is costing them now. Akimara is going to drop one while OG Dragon onto other, and John one tap onto one more, and AK onto one more. It's all onto a 1v5 all of a sudden, and it all comes down to Shadow to make this clutch happen. But can he do that? No, he won't. Look at that party of a run out that Shining Heroes are having as they secure their spot in the Division 3 in the Phase 3 of the WD Black, the Esports Club League Finals. And this has just been an amazing match. And I can almost sign off at this moment, but I'm just going to have Shining Heroes this awesome victorious moment for the post plan that we saw them make. What a play coming from the side of Shining Heroes here. That was surely funny, yeah. All right. AK Maharaj with the MVP on the Jaeger. That was quite the match that we got to witness in the finals of these Phase 3. And now Shining Heroes are going to proceed into the Division 3, claiming the 9th spot as that is exactly what this fight was for. That's it, guys, from us today. That'll be it from the WD Black, the Esports Club League, as we have officially concluded the finals and the qualifier stage. And now, whatever matches you'll be seeing on this channel, and that'll be happening every day from the evening 6 p.m., that'll be from the division, the tier systems that we have been divided. You can just head on to the social media accounts and pages of the Esports Club and make sure you check out if your favorite team is in which division. That is it, guys, from me. I'm Foxtrot, and joining me is Blackjack, and we're signing off. Have a good day. Have a good night, rather, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.